Okay. So, okay, so we're live right now then. Hold on one second. Let me go sit at the table and do a test. How come it says the stream is offline? I'm looking at the live dashboard stream now. Live streaming. I just click live streaming and it says the stream is offline. I guess the stream is offline, but it says West Louisville and Commonwealth of Kentucky, blah, 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 blah. So. Oh, here it is. It says live now. Hold on, let me click it. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. All right, let me turn the sound down on my laptop here. Let me go and I'll do a quick microphone test.
Good. Okay, good.
Check, check. Test, test.
Yes.
Check, check. Yeah, we're. Just want to make sure the mics aren't too hot. Yeah, there's tons of cables in the ceiling. No, I mean everything's going through the house audio from the ceiling. So we're not plugging anybody into the multi-box because the multi-box is in the basement, or it's in the community room right now. That means they have in the basement.
We're actually, they're on spring break. They're spring break. Wednesday.
How about when you want to go?
Well, good for you. How's your health? Are you still doing this? I'll make sure when they come in. Okay, gotcha. And a card that they want to do.
Could everyone take their seats, please?
We're getting ready to go. Yeah, if it's too low, I can run up there and turn myself a little bit on the table. We won't know if the table's too low until they actually get the panel up there.
They never stay on anyway.
Just text me if it's like if you feel like a complaint is going to be made. Okay.
Everybody make sure you get a handout.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Thanks, Mike.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Benson, and I am a member of the African American Initiative, and I'd like to welcome you to our Economic Development and Community Summit today. We have a program today that has a list of various speakers that covers various policy subjects. What we're going to have now, we're going to have a welcome, and we'd like to first thank Jefferson Community Technical College for allowing us to use our beautiful facility. And I'd like to introduce to you our president, Dr. Kai Handy. Thank you.
I'll just speak real loud. Thank you very much on behalf of the faculty and the staff and the students here. We're glad to have you on campus. Just a couple things, if you haven't noticed, there is an exit here if something were to happen and we needed to leave the building. And then also, of course, right out and to your right or to your left. If something does happen like that, let me ask that we meet in front of the library. That way we can tell everybody's together and sort of do a spot check and make sure we're not leaving anybody. I'm new to the area. Been president since January 4th. Purchased a home just down here on 3rd Street, just a little ways away from here. Very vested interest in Louisville. My wife is from here. My father's from the Glasgow, Kentucky area. And I have a son that lives here, and so I hope I'm here for quite a long time. I've been a president in a couple of other locations, but never in an urban community college. And so this is a new experience for me, and I look forward to getting to know you and to working with the greater Louisville community. Again, welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. We love hosting you.
Thank you, Dr. Handy. I just want to give you a brief overview of the African American Initiative, in which we go by AAI. The African American Initiative is a group of community people, and we come together and we look at the policies of what's happening within a particular subject. As today, we're dealing with economic development in West Louisville. And our first presenters, they're going to talk about where do we stand in West Louisville in terms of economic development. So with that stand, I would like to introduce to you Ms. Gina Dunlap, and our presenters will be Mr. Ron Crouch, he's no stranger to Louisville, as well as Mr. Jason Dunn. Mr. Jason Dunn, he's the Executive Director of the Kentucky Office of Employment and Training, and Mr. Ron Crouch, he's the Director of Research and Statistics for the Kentucky Career Center, Kentucky Education and Workforce Development Academy. Ms. Dunlap, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. That really helps wake me up to see all these great smiling faces here this morning. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate the invitation to help moderate this panel. We're going to be talking about data and trends, particularly as it affects West Louisville residents, but certainly West Louisville is not an island and operates in the context of our local environment, the state and national environment, of course. Sometimes data and statistics can be a little dry, but I think it's important for us to all understand that this information gives us indicators about where we're going, what conditions that we'll be trying to operate in into the next 5, 10, and longer horizons. In my work that I do for Louisville Metro government, I focus on vacant and abandoned properties as well as public property and other real estate matters. And so I always like to remind people that there is an intricate connection between people and places, right? So what we're going to do is start off with presentations from Mr. Crouch and Mr. Dunn. We're going to follow that with some discussion, some sort of larger questions, bigger questions that help us understand how we can find opportunities for wealth building, for personal development, and absolutely to improve the quality of life overall in West Louisville. So with that, we will turn the mic over to Mr. Crouch.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to scroll here. Does everybody have my handout that has a red line? Don't turn in the back, make sure to go get them. Okay. I appreciate being here. More so than y'all may appreciate me being here when I get done. We'll see. I'm gonna have to scroll over here and start. Let me start out by having to do a few quick hand exercise. Just take your hands and just cross them, your hands and fingers, your thumbs and fingers, whichever way feels comfortable. I've got my left thumb and fingers on top, my right thumb and fingers on the bottom. Notice which ones you have on top and bottom, doesn't matter. And then just take them apart. How many of y'all, like I did, had your left thumb and fingers on top? It looks like about half. Right thumb and fingers on top? Okay, about half. It doesn't mean anything. What I want you to do is take them apart and put them together a second time. Notice which fingers and thumbs are on top the second time, and then just take them apart again. How many of y'all had the same fingers and thumbs on top the second time that you had the first time? Okay, the vast majority. Okay, who today is unique and different and did it the other way second time? Hold your hands up high, let's see who you are. Just be nice, be unique and different. Because you're unique and different, you don't have to do it a second time, a third time. Everybody else has to do it one more time. Put your hands up like this. Don't put them together yet. Do it as quickly as possible. The other way. There's a bunch of blues out there. How's that feel? Awful uncomfortable, right? We as a country, we as a state, we as a nation, are looking for major changes. They're not good or bad, but they're major changes. You know, you can plan for the future you want. You can plan for the future you're going to get. If the future, you plan for the future you want, looks like this, and it's far apart, and if you're going to get over here, you've got a problem. And somehow you have to make sure you're planning for the future you want and understand what's happening. Not good or bad, but major shifts. You've got my handout. The first one is basically titled The Changing Face of America, Diversity and Longevity. Of course, you can't see this in PowerPoint, so that's why I give the handout out. By the way, I'm a native Kentuckian, but I talk real fast, so you have to listen real fast. And most people describe my presentation as somebody asking for a drink of water. I put you in front of a fire hydrant and turn it on full blast. I think the liquor stores are still open this morning. You may need a drink after I get back, we'll see. But starting now, diversity and longevity. Do you know that all growth in America now, all growth in America under age 45 does not look like me? All growth in America under age 45 are persons of color. That's not necessarily good or bad, but there's a major shift going on. Of course, you wouldn't know that from listening to Donald Trump, would you? But we got some major issues going on out there as we look at our changing society. There's another issue. Our young population is growing more diverse, but it's not growing. Here's an issue for the presidents of JCTCS. Our young population is not growing. Our growth is in our older population. So mainly longevity is driving the population growth in this country. So be aware of that. The younger population is more diverse, but it's not because the young population is growing, it's actually because the young population of whites is shrinking. Not good or bad, but a major shift going on. The second page of my handout shows the population pyramids by race in the United States. I'll just scroll down here to get down. You can see up there, and if you look at this, it shows the population of the United States, what's happening. And you notice, here's the overall population. Everybody see it squaring? There's many old people like me and Ben. We've been around, we're as old as dirt, right, Ben? Yep. And Clinton doesn't look like it, but he is too. He's been around forever. Maria, no, she hasn't been around. She's young. Okay. But you see what's happening. Here's the black population, which is somewhat pyramid shaped, starting to square. Asian population is actually one of our fastest growing populations. but mainly because of immigration only, because Asian women tend to marry late and have very few kids. Here's the Hispanic. Anybody know anything about the Hispanic population? The younger group is much larger. That's across the country. This is non-Hispanic whites. Everybody see the non-Hispanic white population is actually shrinking? A lot more old people and young people. Now, as an old white guy, this tells me I need to go out and find some young Hispanics and some young blacks and ask them how well they're doing and ask them how well their kids are doing, because those young black and Hispanic families and their kids are going to be taking care of my white butt down the road. And not just as roofers or nurses' aides, but also doctors, architects, engineers. So that's going to be a major shift. I have a hard time hearing here.
Oh, we're just wondering if you could, it's hard to read the slide.
Well, you should have the handout.
Oh,
The handout has them all in there. So you just look at the handout there on page 2. So you can see what's happening. I sort of want to use that as a drop here. Let me go down a little bit further here. Here's another issue. You know, I have heard the labor force participation rate is going down, but I think we have a problem of understanding labor force participation rate. The labor force participation rate, folks, is based on the population 16 and above. I've already told you, where's the big growth in our country? People getting older, right? You know what people do when they get old? They die, I know, but before they die, they die, right? So one of the issues is, we look at the data, what we'll see is, these are the number of births, not the number of people now, the number of births. Anybody here born between 1946 and 1964? Okay, about half of us. What do we call them? Baby boomers. We are now between the age of basically 52 and 70. And we were the largest generation ever born. And look at the generation coming up behind us. And this group now is between 52 and 70. This group here, folks, in their 40s and 50s, or actually 30s and 40s, is a much smaller generation. So we actually have a shrinking labor force coming in of older workers. And that's called the Gen X. And the millennials are about the same size. Now, this does not include immigration. Be aware of the changes going on. Our workforce is going to actually be shrinking. So employers now are going to have a harder time finding workers. So that's going to be an issue. And of course, we know if employers have a hard time finding workers, they will always raise wages, right?
No.
But that is an issue we need to be aware of. To me, if you work for a living, you ought to make a living. An issue we need to be aware of. Let's go down a few further here. This is Jefferson County. You notice here, this is on page number 4, Jefferson County population. And you notice basically the square of the pyramid, with our largest group actually being in their 40s and 50s. Does everybody notice here too that the population basically below that in their 20s and 30s is a smaller group? You know, I have heard Jefferson County has a big problem because our young people left. That's actually a misinterpretation of data. I can prove you cannot get old if you never got born. I can prove that. Well, folks, guess what followed the baby boom? A baby bust. So there's a smaller population now in their 30s and 40s, which I showed you earlier, than there is in their 50s and 60s. They didn't leave, they were here in the first place. You cannot bring people back who never existed. So we need to understand these demographics, and you see the black population here, how it's changing. Let's go down a little bit further here. This is Jefferson County, and you saw the United States a while ago. This is Hispanic and non-Hispanic white. So this is not just an issue in the United States. You'll see in Jefferson County, our younger population, non-Hispanic whites, is shrinking. So if I'm an employer and I'm looking for workers in the future, am I going to try to find only white workers? No. Non-Hispanic white? You mean I may need to hire black and Hispanic workers? And what's that mean for businesses, folks? That they're not attracting and making sure we're educating and bringing in young black and Hispanic workers. Very serious issue demographically. Not good or bad, but a shift is going on, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. Let's go on down a little further here, and this will be page number, you can't see this, but this is on, you can see in your handout, page number 6 actually shows the demographics of Jefferson County. And notice at the very bottom there, median age, the average white is 41.5 years old. If you want to be young in this community, you need to be black or Hispanic. I don't know if you can change your race or not, but that's an issue. You'll see Hispanics are 26.7, and blacks are 31.9 average age. Folks, who's more likely to have a kid? Somebody who's 41 years old, or someone who's 26 or 31 years old? So what's that mean about our future population, what they look like as far as our kids in the future? You notice in this chart, very last, at the very bottom there, bottom right-hand side, 87% of people over 85 in this community are non-Hispanic white like me. But if you look at under 5, it's only 56.3, and in the future that will be less than 50%. We are now becoming a country that's of all race, all diversity, and changing. Not good or bad, but a major shift. Any politics involved in that these days? So it's a big issue. Some people don't like it that the majority of the country is changing. Not good or bad, that's reality. What did Sergeant Friday say on Dragnet? Us old baby boomers who may know the answer? Just the facts, ma'am, right? But what I'm giving you today, folks, is just the facts. Not good or bad, but just the facts. Let me go a few more minutes and I'll close out in a little while. These are detailed data. I'll walk you through these with the handout. Does everybody have the handout again? If you don't raise your hand, we can pass them down. Okay, page 7. This compares West Louisville with Jefferson County. You'll see a few more males in Jefferson County than West Louisville. You'll notice also on page 7, when you look at age, in West Louisville, the under 5 to 19, a higher percentage in West Louisville of young people. That may be an issue for community leaders, economic development leaders. Our young population, more and more, will be in the West End, less more so in Jefferson County. Median age, whites, or the median age in Jefferson County, 37.9. Of course, that includes West Louisville. West Louisville, 31.5. So the average person in West Louisville, if they look younger, they are. They're 6.4 years younger than the average in Jefferson County. Then if you look at race, on page 7, folks, race at the bottom, what percentage of Jefferson County's population is black or African American? Everybody see 20.6? What about the West Louisville? Which number is bigger? So you can see the changes there going on. You'll see Asian, a very small percentage in West Louisville, Latino, a very small percentage, but the biggest percentage overall. And by the way, as Ben knows, the census counts people who fill out the census. Guess what many Latinos don't do? Fill out the census. So that number is probably much higher than what this data shows. White alone for Jefferson County is about 70%. For West Louisville, about 20%. A concern I do have, households with kids, down at the bottom, by household type, kids under 18, 30% in West Louisville, 26% in Louisville overall, Jefferson County. But look at the very bottom, folks, living alone. We in Jefferson County have more households living alone than we do households with kids. And that's true across the entire country. So that tells me, folks, those kids become more and more important because there's fewer and fewer of them. Is it very expensive to raise kids these days, folks? Yes. You know, my daughter and son-in-law, I have 2 grandkids, a 8-year-old granddaughter and a 7-year-old grandson. When they were in preschool or daycare a few years ago, they were paying basically $4.50 a week for child care, a week for 2 young kids. If you're working if you're working 40 hours a week and making $10 an hour, what's $10 an hour times 40 hours a week? That is less than my son-in-law and daughter were paying for child care. You know, we need to think about that whole issue of living wage. Folks, to me, if you work for a living, you ought to make a living. That'll be an issue as we face the future. Notice in West Louisville, unfortunately, if you look at married couple families with kids, 15% for Jefferson County, the total, 4% for West Louisville. Female is 36%, 22% versus only 8% in Jefferson County. So unfortunately, one of the realities we have is many young black kids are growing up in what kind of families? Single parent families. Now, being a single parent is tough, but also is another issue. Single parents are more likely to live in poverty and have struggles economically. You know, being a single parent itself is not a bad issue, but if you're living in poverty and you have less resources, that is a big problem. Page number 8 shows marital status. It shows educational attainment. Now, this is an issue for West Louisville. And by the way, educational attainment, these all have to be added together. So in Louisville overall, 11.8% of the population is in either less than ninth grade or ninth grade to 12th with no diploma. But in West Louisville, that's 24%, more than double. So that is an issue. How do we make sure we bring the education levels up? If you look at college, you have to have bachelor's and graduate together. Jefferson County, 30.9%, and West Louisville, 8.1%, less than 1/3. That's an issue for the JCTCS president. How do we get the education levels up of the population in the West End? Employment status, a concern here. Unemployment rate, and this is 5-year weighted data from American Community Survey from the census. Unemployment rate 9.3 in Jefferson County over that 5-year period. West Louisville 21.8, more than double. And folks, I just told you we have a workforce shortage, so we need to somehow deal with that. Page number 9, jobs in West Louisville. Manufacturing is about the same as it is in West Louisville and Jefferson County. Now, this is census data based on where people live. I'll show you some data a little later that makes this more of a concern. And you'll see a few more people employed in education services in West Louisville, and also in retail trade. Income, big issue. I've just told you folks, all growth in the United States under age 45 is Black, Asian, Hispanic. But look at the income in West Louisville. Median household income, $21,000. Jefferson County, $47,000. Folks, if I don't have money in my pocket, guess what I can't do? I can't spend it. We've got to somehow understand getting more money in the pockets of persons who live in West Louisville, which can help grow that community. You know, we've been talking about the food desert in West Louisville. Well, folks, people don't have money in their pocket, they can't buy groceries. We've got to make sure people have money in their pockets. Big issue. Go down a little bit further here. You'll see median per capita income and median family income. Household is everybody, regardless of whether you live alone or whatever. Family means you have somebody related by blood or marriage. Health insurance. Down near the bottom, Jefferson County, 12.2% do not have health insurance. West Louisville, 19.4%. But hopefully that will be changing with more health insurance options, Medicaid, things like that. Poverty. Related kids under 18, Jefferson County, 20.3%. West Louisville, majority, 51.7%. If that kid is under 5, 21% versus 62%. Which means in West Louisville, 3 times more young kids under 5 live in poverty. What's that mean for their economic well-being? What was Maslow's hierarchy of needs? You try to survive, right? If you're in poverty, you're not worried about succeeding, you're worried about surviving. Somehow we've got to change that dynamic. Let me just close out. Oh, one more page here. Page number 10, more poverty data. Concern to me, year structure built. Almost all the housing in West Louisville was built prior to 1950. In Jefferson County, folks, that's 22.8%. In West Louisville, that is 66.8%. That tells me, and I know we got the housing people here, we need more updated housing in West Louisville. New housing, not old dilapidated housing that may not meet code anymore. Very big issue. Vehicles available. 10% for Jefferson County don't have a car, 32% in West Louisville. Does that mean we need to have good bus transportation, good public transportation to get to jobs? That's probably even more important than we think, as I'll show you a little bit later here. Those people who have a mortgage, 35% in West Louisville pay more than 35% of their income in housing costs for a mortgage. I'm sure you're aware of that. Maria, I'm sure as well. You'll see gross rent is not much different in West Louisville. So people are paying high rents, even though they're probably living in housing that's older and not as good a housing. Let me just close out here. This last thing, probably the most important thing I'm going to talk about today. This is on page number 11. Let's go down some more here. This sort of surprised me. There's a new data service put out now called LED on the Map. Go to Census Bureau, go to our homepage, and by the way, the handout I gave out at the very top, red, it says our website, www.kylmi.ky.gov. You can go and look at the LED on our map at our data. This shows in West Louisville, 2,297 people who live in West Louisville, both live and work in West Louisville. Folks, how many people leave West Louisville to go someplace else to work? 20,000, 90%. How many people come into West Louisville to work? 15,000. So anybody who lives in West Louisville doesn't work there, and almost anybody who works there doesn't live there. That is a big concern, and even more dramatic, again, you can get a zip code as well if you want. Let's try a little bit further here. So let's go back, as I close out here, go back to page number 12. Now here's another interesting issue. The workforce in West Louisville, almost all looks like me, y'all know that? 72.5% of the workforce in West Louisville is white, compared to 74.7% of the workforce who leaves West Louisville is black. So we have a lot of jobs in West Louisville, but right now they're being held by non-Hispanic whites like me, and the blacks in West Louisville do what? They go get a job. Go outside the area. And folks, I just told you the white population is shrinking. So how do you work with employers in West Louisville to make sure we're training and educating young black men, young black women, middle-aged black men, middle-aged black women for the future, and having those jobs and staying in West Louisville instead of having to commute out? There's another interesting issue there as well. If you look at the income in West Louisville at the bottom of page 12, and by 12 and 13 have the data inflow and outflow. Basically, 46.8% of the jobs of people who live and work in West Louisville are in the high pay, $3,300 or more a month. Those who live in West Louisville, it's only 17%. So the people who leave West Louisville and move out and go out to jobs make much less than people who come into West Louisville. So there are a lot of good paying jobs in West Louisville, but right now those jobs are being actually held by a non-Hispanic white population. How do we make sure with the changing demographics, they're also held by blacks, the black population as well? You look at that data a little bit later, and I'll show you where the jobs are. So let me just close there. I appreciate being here today. Anybody need a drink? Hard drink. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for that thought-provoking presentation. A lot of information there to digest. And now we're going to take it over, switch gears to Jason Dillon.
Thank you. As I was introduced before, I am the Executive Director of the Office of Employment and Training. I've been in that job for just a few months. I'm still within a year, so I still have a forgiveness period, I've told. So I'm still learning a lot about what we do, and especially from folks like Ron. The last time I heard Ron give a presentation, you were with the data center, so it was probably 15 or 20 years ago, so it's been a little while. And like he said, a lot has changed since the last time I heard him give that presentation. Some things have, but a lot of stuff has.
I just want to mention, Jason, excuse me, I just want to mention before you get into the presentation, Alan's got question cards. So as you're listening to the information we're presenting, we will have a little time for Q&A at the end. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the audience knew that. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is my first presentation as Executive Director of OET. So you all are my guinea pigs today. So forgive me if you need even more liquor afterwards. First, I want to talk about what a Career Center is, and like I said, I'm with the Office of Employment and Training. We are one of the partners in the Career Centers in Kentucky, and just by show of hands, how many of you all are familiar with the Career Centers and what we do? Okay, good, a lot of you. So you just point out the places where I'm wrong, okay? You raised your hand. We are one of the partners. We have many other agencies that partner with us, especially our local workforce agencies. In this area, it's Kentuckiana Works. They're all done by local boards. There's 10 of them across the state, and they do. We partner with them to do a lot of our training programs and career centers that you'll see in this presentation. Also in partnership with Office of Employment Training, we have the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation, the Office for the Blind, and Adult Education, and other educational facilities like KCPCS we have strong partners with as well. So what we do at the Career Centers, we help folks find a job, we help folks advance in their careers, and we help folks find a new career. So it's not just for those who are out of work, it could be for folks who are underemployed or not making as much as they know they can and need to upgrade skills, or who just want to find a new career and a new path. The next slide is, well, one back from that. Okay, that was missing on here. Interesting. Well, it has our website on there, but it's in here later again too. So go on to the next one. How you find where our career centers are, KentuckyCareerCenter.ky.gov. That's where you can find this map that shows all of our locations. Of course, in Louisville, we have the major site is at 6th and Cedar downtown. We also have an office in President Highway. And we also have some other smaller sites that I'll explain a little bit, starting with the next slide that talks about some very specific career centers we have. The first is the Kentucky Manufacturing Career Center that does job placement assistance and provides free training to get to the base, from the base level certification all the way up to higher level certification. So it can take you to the certified production technician that most manufacturing centers want as a minimum credential. The National Career Readiness Certificate, the NCRC, is good for manufacturing, but it also works in many other employment sectors as well. We also have the Kentucky Health Career Center here. Now, these are not career centers that are available all across the state. These are unique to Louisville. The manufacturing sector, the Health Career Center, those are specific to Louisville, but they target these specific areas. So once again, the health career centers will do career assessments, training funds for in-demand occupations, and on-the-job training opportunities. And again, always having that direct connection with employers, so there's a job waiting on the other side, or at least the opportunity for job interviews on the other side. And the next one is Code Louisville, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. That's kind of a newer initiative to help with the information technology. I learned a little bit more about this yesterday. It's a really good opportunity because information technology really isn't just IT. I mean, you can be IT in health, you can be IT in manufacturing, you can be IT almost anywhere you go. You know, if you have a particular passion for one area, but you don't necessarily want to be a nurse, you can still support that industry through information technology, which everybody's becoming more and more dependent on. Other specialized assistance that we have available, we do have employment assistance to veterans. It's a very strong focus. We have folks who are, staff who work only with veterans, especially our disabled veteran populations. We do provide additional services through vocational rehabilitation, opposite of blind, to individuals who have visual, emotional, physical impairments. You can do whole presentations on their services that they provide as well. But they're all located in that same center. Adult educational services, when Congress passed its Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, that replaced the old WIA law from 1998. It mandates that these partners work together, and we're going to be forming even more close alliances with adult education services. Job assistance for Native Americans, assistance for job seekers displaced by foreign competition or trade. That's another strong focus of ours, is if your employer has moved its operations to another country and it's certified by the Department of Labor as being caused by a trade agreement, there are a wealth of opportunities for training and other assistance through the trade program. And, you know, last bullet is certainly not least. Most people think of us sometimes as the unemployment office. It is where you go to get unemployment insurance benefits. But it is a temporary fix until you find that new job. We're much more interested in being an employment office rather than the unemployment office. there's a whole lot that goes into that one little bullet point, but that is, our offices are where you can obtain your unemployment insurance benefits. And then our main focus is to get everyone connected with employers. So job seekers aren't our only customers. The business community is also our customer. They need employees, and job seekers need jobs. So we try to put those two together through some creative ways, not just in person, but especially through our Focus Career and Focus Talent website. And my presentation is really kind of a Frankenstein monster of what we do in our offices and then what we do on this Focus Career website. So I'm moving not very smoothly into our next one. But our commitment to our customers, both of our customers, providing employers with qualified, skilled workforce, and providing individuals with information and resources for high-demand career opportunities. You know, we want to make sure that we're using that labor market information that we're all talking about, and we have a whole crew that crunches those numbers. You know, where are our emerging sectors? We work with economic development and the business community to see where the needs are and where we're going to direct people to go to training and make sure we're training them for careers that are going to provide a good living wage. Also at the centers, we have all sorts of resources for folks who need them, fax machines, copiers, telephones, computers, internet, online tutorials. Like we said, we do the assessments for the National Career Readiness Certificate. We can do adult education testing, what's called the TABE test, to see where people need maybe some areas that they need to brush up on. All sorts of resources there. And anybody can go to our website, to the Focus Career website, and that's what I'm going to talk about next, but where you can build resumes and search for the right career. Or if you need some assistance, you can come to our offices and meet with a career planner who can help walk you through the process. So our next slide is about the Focus Talent and the Focus Career and the Focus Assist websites. They've been around for a little while, but effective in November, we launched some upgrades to the Focus suite of products that are available. They're all available online through our Career Center. And first part I'm going to go through is the Focus Talent. Now this is if you're a business and you're looking for talent. Now this is all in blue. It's in black and white on your right. Anything, our brand is kind of color-coded. Anything that's blue means it's focused on the business side of things, working with employers. You'll see later it'll switch to green because that's our job seeker side. It's, so the colors aren't an accident up here. It's part of our branding. This will go through a real quick overview of what the Focus Talent System is and who uses it. It's for businesses. It's very simple to use. And employers use it because it's going to provide them with fantastic matches to employees out there. The highlights, the businesses can post their job orders, they can search for talent, they can see what kind of matches they get, and they can track who's applied for those jobs and track them through this website. These are all free services, both to businesses and to job seekers. So unlike a lot of job search websites that are kind of charged, they'll charge a fee, these are all free services. So posting job orders, they can develop a job posting from scratch using their specific language that they want to use. They can upload their job descriptions. They can customize their screening and referral methods. They're linked to applicants through a star match, a 1-star through a 5-star match. Maybe they only want to see the 5-star matches. Maybe they only want to see 4 and 5, but they want to see the others just in case they miss something. You can see here all the things they can do. All the things that their HR office would want them to do, they can do through this Focus website. And then when they search for talent, they can do that by their job orders. They can send invitations by email through the folks who have registered on there. They can follow up on their invitations, they can do keyword searches, all kinds of searches on there. And then on the applicant tracking, they can view the resumes of the job seekers who have applied, change their status of the applicant, email and print resumes, and then even search for more resumes that may be like the resumes that they've already seen. There's a screenshot that shows some of the applicant tracking, and those are my staff members who think it's cute to use their names on the presentation, but he didn't really go apply for NASA, I promise. Maybe he did, I don't know. So we've switched to green now, so this is, the next few slides are what the job seeker will see when they go on to the Focus website. They can, what it is, it's a job seeker resume builder and job matching search engine for the job seeker. It's very simple, very user-friendly. I've had lots of friends and family go on it because I recommend this to them all the time. But what they can do, the next slide, build their resume, do the automated job matching, and do career exploration. You may go into this website not knowing at all what kind of career you want to have. There are interest inventories on here that folks can take to see what kind of job do we want. You know, I hope to retire from the state one day. I have no idea what I'll do after that, and I'll probably go on the career exploration just to see what's available to me after I retire. So on the next one, it just shows it's very simple, very intuitive, walks you through each step. Whether you know exactly what you want and you want to create a resume and go put your name out there, or whether you want to explore what your options are. And I think I'm going to go to this later. No, never mind. It'll show you the gap too. If you show that you have an interest in something, but maybe you don't have the education level that's required for that position, then it'll show you what kind of training and education you may need in addition to what you already have. So it's a way to point you in the right direction from there. The resume builder, this tells you how all the resume building works. Writing a resume today is not like writing a resume was 20 years ago. I didn't write because I've been employed with the state for all my career. I didn't make a resume until 2011. I think was the first time I ever built a resume. I had no clue what I was doing. So this was very helpful. I used all kinds of tutorials like this to help me do that. And it'll help build a knowledge base of what kind of keywords employers search for and the words you want to put in your resume to make sure that it gets noticed. It'll do some automated job matching we work with a company called Burning Glass to do this. It's much more intuitive than it was before. Before it was very much hard-coded. You know, you had to have this level of education, this much experience. But now it looks like it looks at the quality of your experience and the relevance of your training, not just what level of training that you have. So it's much more intuitive than it was before, and there are some veteran priorities built into this too for our veteran population. So that'll show you that. There's another example of the automated job matching that goes on, and you can learn more about the positions and what the job postings are, what the job descriptions are, and click on these things like, am I a good match, and what other jobs are available. And the jobs on here, just so you know, aren't just jobs that businesses have put directly into the Focus Center. It's a web crawler that goes out and looks for all kinds of jobs other than these. Oh, my phone's ringing. I'm glad I turned it on. And the last few slides talk about the career exploration through our Focus Explorer. Like we said, you can find out what jobs are in demand, what kind of skills are needed for those certifications, education levels, and it's delivered in a very user-friendly format. Easy to navigate, and you can bookmark it for saving your spot for later as you go back. And then the next one is the skills gap analysis, again, where it will show what you want to do and where you may need some additional training in order to get to where you want to go. So it'll help you with all those. And that just, again, shows you what you'll see when you go into the Focus Explorer, and just shows you how intuitive it is. It's very easy to get through. The next one, yeah. It shows, you can also narrow it down to where you want to work, so you can look for jobs in Kentucky, there's jobs in all surrounding states. What degrees you'll need, what skills are in demand. There's all sorts of ways to look at that data. And again, this just gives you a little more information using our labor market information. What are the high demand jobs? What do they pay? There may be some high demand jobs that don't pay a whole lot, but there's other high demand jobs that do pay a lot, and so you can click on those, see where you are, see what skills you need and where you need to get to where you go. That is a really quick run through of the services available through the Kentucky Career Centers. And I think a lot of you are, like you said, I saw a lot of hands go up when I asked, so you're probably familiar with all these, but we do want to get the word out there that these services are available, that training opportunities are available, and we really want to connect people with these higher paying jobs, and not just higher paying jobs, but jobs that have satisfaction for the person working there. So,
Thank you, Jason.
thank you.
Very in-depth presentation. I will mention my brother retired from Six and Cedar. And so it's great to see that you're really following the technology and attempting to make resources available to people that need it to connect them with better jobs. So I guess what I'm struck with is the comparison between the two presentations. One is a very high-level, macro sort of treatment about what is happening with populations and trends. And then Jason sort of looking at it, sort of marrying one of the concepts that Ron mentioned about employment. I was very struck by the nature of employment patterns, meaning the comparison between where people live and where they work. And at Develop Louisville, we are very concerned about people's live-work opportunities. In particular, my team that works on vacant and abandonment issues, we understand that those conditions are very highly tied into the people that live and or work in those communities. So as job centers have sort of transitioned out of West Louisville, we've got people that still live and reside in West Louisville that are having to go through a different process to find a job they can actually travel to and get to conveniently, as well as manage their own personal and family affairs. Sort of on the flip side, there are lots of people in West Louisville who maybe are underemployed or looking for more opportunities. So Jason is sort of looking at that micro level. What are individuals going through, and how does that impact, I guess, the nature and the presentation of the communities that they live in? So, I'm very interested in finding ways to reuse unutilized properties in West Louisville. Can we put businesses there? Can we bring people into a residential opportunity in the inner city, close to the downtown business core? But while we're doing that, understanding that population trends and household dynamics are changing. Ron, you spend a lot of time talking about, the younger age dynamic. What would you say, I guess, is the current potential, or how have opportunities changed for younger families in terms of living that American dream where, you buy the house, you got the car, the kids? How is that changing for a younger population, or these millennials that are coming up right now?
Certainly when you look at the data in West Louisville and also Jefferson County, and of course we have community college here, if you really look at what's happening, most of the jobs do not require a college degree. They may require education beyond college, beyond high school, associate degree, 2-year training, specific training. For instance, a big part of jobs in West Louisville are actually in manufacturing. And a lot of those manufacturing plants in West Louisville are going to have a new workforce. They're going to have to be trained for the skills. That will probably be on-the-job training and maybe a 2-year degree. So we need to maybe start telling young people, get some education beyond high school, get specific skills, and also be willing to learn over and over again. Because the jobs of the day may not be there tomorrow. So retraining, retooling. We also need to make sure if you work for a living, you make a living. And unfortunately, too many of our jobs don't pay enough in salary to support a family. We need to make sure all the jobs you have out there, if you work for a living, you ought to make a living.
Right, because the cost of housing is very, huge indicator.
Housing, child care.
Child care, right.
And by the way, if you look at the education level, people who work in West Louisville versus people who live in West Louisville, it's not that much different. So actually, those people who come in from outside, they're middle skill jobs mainly. Those jobs pay a lot better. So how do you find the employers, tell them what those, what skills your smart workers need, and make sure you're training people in West Louisville, working in West Louisville. I was shocked that all people who live in West Louisville, almost all of them, don't work in West Louisville.
Right, so that's an interesting point, which brings me back to Jason's presentation. You spent a lot of time showing software that helps match people with job opportunities, right?
Right.
And so Ron just made a very interesting point about the types and nature of the jobs and skill sets that they require. We've got a question from the audience. What types of careers or job sectors are in higher demand? What do you see people, I guess, showing interest in from the worker's perspective or employers? Who's sort of demanding the most workers right now?
Excuse me. I think it's a little bit different in different parts of the state, but I think the statewide sectors that are showing the most growth are healthcare, especially with an aging population, healthcare, manufacturing, and IT. And I think those are the big three. There's some in the tourism and accommodation that are bigger than others. There's different challenges in other parts of the state, but those are the big three that, and they all have agency recognized credentials that they want their employees to have, they expect their employees to have. Some, depending on how desperate, for lack of a better word, they are for employees, will do some on-the-job training. But anybody who comes in with that certification up front is obviously going to have an advantage.
And if you go to our website, KYMI, which is Labor Market Information, we have occupational outlooks, and it actually shows by areas, like we have the Kentuckiana area, and we show the 10-year trend projections on jobs, pay levels, and the jobs that are available as well. So what Jason talked about, career focus, but also our occupational projections show a 10-year projection of where jobs will be growing.
All right, that's great to know. One thing that I didn't really hear in your remarks, Ron, there's a question here from the audience about people, residents with a felony record. And that's certainly, a normal part of life for a lot of people that are dealing with that. Do you have any information about sort of the proportion of people that are dealing with that? And sort of, Jason, I'm interested in your reaction to that as a potential barrier to gainful employment.
There was a new report just out this week, I think in the New York Times, that 1/3 of young black men have some kind of criminal record. My issue is we need to stop putting people in prison and start putting them in jobs. And that maybe we need to be sending these people in, not to jail, but actually to community college.
There you go.
Get people educated and skilled, because that's one of the big issues we have to deal with. And how do we, and in the past, it's interesting now that the heroin epidemic going around, 90% of all these heroin cases are actually in the white community. Now, when that was in the black community, we didn't care, right? For some reason now in the white community, they're more concerned as well. But somehow we need to quit, we need to quit locking people up, incarcerating people, rehabilitating people, or rehabilitating people in the first place, giving them the education skills they need so they can make a living and take care of their family.
And I think overall there's some recognition that felonies are an impediment, and you've seen some legislation to help make expungement a little bit easier, and I think that kind of thing can help. But also the economy is a big driver of that too, because we've heard at least some anecdotal evidence that some employers who used to look at felonies one way, when there's a labor shortage and they need employees, maybe it's not as big a deal as it was before. So, I think in large, sometimes that's driven by the state and the nature of the economy at the time.
But there's a new disconcerting study out as well. An employer is more likely to hire a white felon than they are a black non-felon. Good study out.
Another area in the last few minutes that we have to wrap this up, I guess I want to talk about, or touch on sort of two major issues. And again, I'm interested in how we are going to tackle the problem of underutilized properties, vacancies, particularly in West Louisville. I've got to believe that it has to do with bringing more people into the area and inspiring the people that are there to take advantage of, the real opportunity in terms of real estate, business, and residential development. But, there's sort of the issue of, or the topic of gentrification, and then I'll marry with that immigration. I haven't heard a lot about, people from other countries that are relocating to Louisville. I myself have seen more international people in and throughout West Louisville. I'm sort of wondering, do we know anything about where newcomers are settling in Jefferson County and or West Louisville?
And more immigration tends to go to more your urban inner city areas. Because basically, just like the black population, the Hispanic population, immigrant population, mainly the renters instead of owners. And all growth in Jefferson County for the last 30 years has been minority. The non-Hispanic white population is shrinking, and this is true across the entire country. 90% of all growth in Jefferson County between 2000 and 2014 was foreign born as well. So without immigration, again, disregarding the presidential campaign these days, we would be in population decline. No group in America now has enough kids to replace themselves. The fertility rate for whites is 1.8. You need 2.0 to replace yourself, 2 kids for each parent, or each family, excuse me. Black is 2.0. Even Hispanic now is only about 2.15, basically replacement level only. So we as a country would not have growth without immigration. And again, the reality is we're going to be a much more diverse country, not good or bad, but a changing country.
Do you see, do you have a lot of diverse clients that come to your office?
Absolutely, and of course it depends on the location in Kentucky, but Jefferson County and to a large extent Bowling Green are major immigrant resettlement areas. So there's a lot more diversity in those two areas than other parts of the state. But absolutely, yeah, there's a lot of diversity and things to be aware of with that population when they come through.
And immigrants actually expand your economy. One of the big issues we got is when immigrants come in, they take away jobs. If immigrants come in, there's extra people to feed, to house, to clothe, which means it helps your community. I was just at a conference this past Monday in Louisville talking about the importance of immigration to Kentucky and to Jefferson County, how that builds a community. And if you look at more successful communities like Nashville and Indianapolis, they're more diverse, both in persons of color, black, but also in foreign-born immigrants. So that's a plus economically, not a negative.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we've just about run our course of time for the opening session. I think it's been very interesting, again, to sort of think about macro issues, micro issues, the interplay between people and the places. These are complex topics, but these are not impossible challenges to overcome. In fact, if we look at these challenges as opportunity to grow new partnerships, new collaborations, I think that's what today and the summit is all about. There's going to be lots of discussions on tough, difficult issues throughout the day. But I would encourage everyone, again, to sort of, remove yourself and go high level. Step outside of, maybe any potential frustration or difficulty that you're having, and sort of try to figure out, who can you connect with? How can we bring new resources, new people together in West Louisville, for West Louisville, to improve both the quality of life for individuals, but the quality of life for West Louisville overall. So thank you for being here.
And opportunity to look at things that they are and say why. I look at things that never were and say why not.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Dunlap, Mr. Crouch, and Mr. Dunn for the excellent presentation. Our next section, our next segment, that is going to be looking at state incentives, both state and local incentives, and we're going to be discussing strategies. And facilitating this session will be Ms. Mary Ellen Weaver-Wall. She is the chief of Louisville Forward. And our panelist will be Mr. John Deventer. He's of the Kentucky Cabinet of Economic Development. Ms. Carolyn Major. She's with the Kentucky Cabinet of Economic Development. Mr. Tim Hubbard. He's of Environmental Science with the Cabinet, as well as Mr. David Courage. That's this segment will start in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And it probably you know.
Everybody take a
continue to acquire property. We're looking at
We're about to enter our second segment in which we are going to be discussing state and local incentives. And we have the chief of Louisville Forward. She is going to be moderating this segment. And before we get into this second segment, I would like to thank all of our co-conveners in making this possible, because without them, this would not be possible. Could you please give them a hand? Okay, AAI again is a community-based organization that focuses on the policies as it relates to a particular subject matter, such as in the past we've had an economic development summit, we've had an education summit, as well as a criminal justice summit. And all of this could not be possible without our visionary Senator Gerald Neal. He came up with the concept because there's a need for communities to really know and learn more about what's affecting our communities. And many of y'all know that almost every aspect of that we have in our life is governed by some kind of policy. Senator Neal, he will be here today, but he's doing what he does best. He's representing his people. And I would like to just thank him personally for coming up with the vision for AAI, as well as developing the relationships throughout the city of Louisville and throughout the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and making sure that policies as well as people are represented accordingly. So with that said, I will turn it over to Ms. Mary Ellen. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hated to have to break up the good conversation this morning. I love the energy that we just had in the room coming together, and it's so good to be with all of you and have everyone coming together on this Good Friday to have good dialogue and make good progress towards economic development in West Louisville. So I am the chief of Louisville Forward. I work for you and all 760,000 residents of Louisville Metro. Work for the mayor, overseeing economic and community development for our city. And we have a lot of wonderful Metro staff folks here with us today. I'd take the entire hour if I introduced all of them and their wonderfulness, but I just want to say thank you to my Metro colleagues for being here today, representing everything from the daily work of economic development, small business development, attracting new companies to our city, to planning and sustaining our built environment. So thank you all for everything you do. And to our community leaders who have taken time away from your daily work to be here today to help further the dialogue and the mission. And I'm joined on this panel today by a collection of wonderful state and local leaders who are all rowing together for the betterment of our Commonwealth and of our city. And so I'd like to start by just giving them a chance to introduce themselves and the work that they do. So John, we'll start at your end and work this way.
All right, sure. Well, good morning. My name is John Bevington. I am the Deputy Commissioner for the Business Development Department with the Cabinet for Economic Development. That's a mouthful for sure. The Business Development Department represents the people of the state of Kentucky, all 4.5 million of us. The Cabinet as a whole has about 67 employees. That covers the State Business Development Department is the biggest department within that Cabinet. Having about 30 people that really try to go out and help generate and be a catalyst for business growth in the state. And whether that's helping existing employers grow, helping attract new companies to the state, helping small businesses with business plans and ideas and funding opportunities and things like that, that's what our group does. I've been with the Cabinet for about 7 years now. And I started there after working for a family-owned business for about 8 years. So, I understand that perspective and how difficult it is to, mortgage your house and do different things to try to make sure that you've got enough funding to help your business grow. And I think our team as a whole really operates from that empathetic situation where we really try to look at the challenges that businesses have and try to overcome those challenges and create more opportunities. So thanks for the chance to be here.
My name is Carol Ambassador. I'm General Counsel at the Cabinet. I work with John on the team. And as John mentioned, the mission of the Cabinet overall is to do what we can to create an environment that will sustain and encourage job growth in the Commonwealth. And we're excited to be here today to talk about what we can do to help with West Louisville. So thank you for having us.
My name is Hayden Harrington. I have nothing to do with the state of Kentucky here. Official employee. Instead, I'm here to kind of represent what the state initiatives look like on the ground. I'm the president of the Russell Neighborhood Association, which is the neighborhood immediately west of here. I'm currently on the board of One West. I'm also heading up an initiative to try to turn the old Quinn Chapel, which is on 9th and Chestnut, into the Quinn Performing Arts Center, something akin to like the Clifton Center here of West Louisville. I have a sports talk radio show, the longest running in the city of Louisville so far. So I kind of do a lot of things. I dabble in a lot of things as well. And my main incentive is just to see West Louisville grow and prosper and to be the community that it used to be when my grandfather used to cut hair on the corner of 24th and Madison.
That's hard to follow that. My name is Tim Hubbard. I'm with the State Department for Environmental Protection. I've been with that agency for my whole career, 26 years. During that time, my main role has been to work on cleanups. Cleanups of sites have been affected by environmental contamination. Many of those are considered Superfund sites that you may hear in the paper or read about here on the radio as well. Some of the sites that we dealt with are in Louisville, in West Louisville, sites like Blackleaf, Lee's Lane Landfill. I've been involved with a lot of those projects, working with the city as well. I've also been involved with brownfield properties, which there are many brownfield sites in this community that stand to be addressed, need to be addressed, provided someone is willing to step forward and take on that role. Some of the things that I plan to talk about today are a program that we developed a few years ago that has had a lot of success in the last several years on getting those properties redeveloped, getting some jobs back into communities. Some are in Louisville that we've worked on, some are all across the state. So I look forward to talking about that program with you, and anything that I can do to help move the community forward, I'll be glad to do that. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists for those introductions. And I'm going to start off this panel discussion with just a little bit of 101 on what economic incentives, tax incentives, economic development incentives really means. I think sometimes this term has a bit of an urban legend around it, and as does the term economic development. I was warned when I took over this role a couple years ago that everything is economic development, and that definition has proved to be true. A lot of things stick to this area of work, and that's okay. But in the work of economic development, what is that trade, what is that craft? It really is composed of maybe you could say 3 areas. We work with companies as they begin, startup companies, early stage companies, helping those companies get up on their 2 feet, and that's retail level activity as well as your high growth, internet kind of startups. It's all types of small business. And then there's the work of business expansion, helping those companies grow. Sometimes we call them second stage or gazelle, or sometimes they're very established companies and helping them expand in our city. And then there's also the business attraction work. How do we bring new business to our city? Probably the business attraction work is the one that people think of first. It's actually the smallest piece of our work. The majority of our work is in those early 2 categories. In fact, about 80% of the economic development work is helping with new startups and with business expansion, and that's where we focus our work because that is where the majority of economic growth comes from. business attraction actually tends to be a bit of a zero-sum game across the country, because if we're just moving 200 jobs from another city to Louisville, well, we in Louisville are awfully happy to have those, but that doesn't really help our economy grow. So that's the first kind of urban legend I wanted to debunk this morning about our work, because most of our work is working with you and business people like you to grow here in Louisville and to help you feed and water your great new ideas into great new companies. And then people immediately think, well, you just, you're out there making deals and throwing around tax credits and tax incentives and such. Actually, that's a pretty small part of the work as well. My favorite metaphor for this part of the work is that the tax incentives are not the cake, they're the icing. And if you don't have the cake, there's nothing to put the icing on. And so it's got to be a good business proposition first. And whether that's a good business proposition for a startup company, a new great idea, a demand from consumers, or you have demand as a company and you want to grow, or if you are looking to move your company and looking at Louisville, it's got to make sense for you to be here. And that has everything to do from logistics, where do you need to be to serve your customers, to the tax environment, to the product that you're making, and the intellectual capital that's in a city to support your work. So that's the cake. But for this hour, we're going to talk more about the icing. Doesn't want the icing, right? So that's what my colleagues are here today to kind of educate all of us on is how this particular area works. And I'll give you a quick primer from a city's perspective. Most of the tax incentives or other types of incentives that we work on as a city are in partnership with our state colleagues, so John and Caroline. And the bulk of the types of credits or incentives that we can offer are in partnership with them, because that's where the bulk of our tax base lies, is actually with the state, not with the city. The city does have some special programs that are unique to us that we can help folks with, including our Metco loan program, which helps folks get their business started or help it grow, a low-interest loan program, or a facade loan to help you dress up the front of your business to make it more attractive to customers. And then we also have green energy components to that and other pieces of our Metco loan program. We also have a small property tax abatement program to help your company grow as well. But most of what we do is in partnership with the state. And so that's what we're going to hear mostly from them today, about the way those incentives work, whether they're tax credits and tax incentives, or from a brownfields perspective, where we've actually been spending quite a bit of time, because that's an area where we need to focus for redevelopment. We have a lot of land availability, particularly in West Louisville. A lot of it, though, is some level of a brownfield. And so we need effective state-level programs to incentivize folks to come develop on those brownfields when it is easier to develop on a green field that doesn't have those issues. So that's why we're going to devote a big portion of our time today to that. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to John and Caroline to give us a quick overview of what the state does offer, and then some of the ideas that we've batting around about improvements we can make.
Yeah, sure. And to your point, Mary Ellen, I think the headlines normally read, what the big tax incentive deals are for the big employers and things of that nature. But, in reality, that's only about 10% of our business, as you said. Mostly it's about marketing the state, marketing Louisville, telling our story to the world, connecting with business leaders that have companies here that have employees, trying to help them grow their operations, as Mary Ellen said. It's also about, helping the mom and pop shop that's spending, $10,000 to expand their business, which may not seem like a lot in the headlines, but it's a ton of money for that small business owner. So, we can kind of incorporate things into two different buckets. But what I'd like to say to kind of set Tim up for no pressure presentation on your side is for us, a lot of times it starts with what's the product that you're going to market, whether that be the type of workforce that is available or the property that's available for that business to grow into. So, really where the rubber meets the road for our conversations is with regard to the opportunity. And what is that opportunity? We've got to find out what that opportunity is. What is the cake before we get to the icing piece? And so, as you guys are all sitting in this room today and you're thinking about how we can grow West Louisville and how we can make it better, a lot of times it starts with being proactive years in advance of that opportunity coming, to try to clean things up, be prepared for things, have a binder that tells the story in the right way. What is the workforce environment here? What are the skill sets of the people? Because oftentimes that can drive decisions for companies just as much as a tax incentive component. And that's really what we try to do on a statewide basis. So, you know, it may not be tax incentives, it may be development through collaboration, whether that be forming an apprenticeship program to help people get skill sets while they're working in an employer, going here to school at JCTC to learn that skill trade from the book side, and then incorporating that into a company and making them feel like, you know, they're part of that organization when they come on for full employment. That's an incentive. Any way you look at it, that's an incentive. And we're really trying to help grow those things as well. So again, Tim will talk a little bit more about what can be done here in West Louisville, particularly with those brown fields, to make sure that they get developed in such a way that it becomes a marketable product that somebody's interested in. You know, the two deficiencies I think that we have in the state right now, you know, 5 years ago we had a high unemployment rate, so we were trying to find employers to create employment opportunities for people. Now the unemployment rate is much lower, and so there's a workforce problem, and then you've had employers grow into a lot of these available sites, available buildings and what have you, and so we've got an inventory problem from the standpoint of where can employers go if they have an opportunity. And it's a competitive environment. Every city in the nation is having this very same conversation that we're having here today. So what makes us different? You know, what is it? Is it our commitment to quality production? Is it our commitment to make sure that it's the easiest place to do business? Is it the lowest tax environment? What is that story? And that's, I think, what we all in this room have to figure out, you know, what the sales pitch is. So having said that, that's my spiel. Some of the incentive programs that we have are again, based on small business opportunities and then bigger business opportunities. So I'll kind of separate the two. And we didn't bring a presentation, but on the screen you'll see our website, which is thinkkentucky.com. There's a drop-down menu at the top that says Locating, Expanding in Kentucky. If you click on that, you'll get a drop-down, and that brings you to our financial incentives page, where you can click on a link that's just at the bottom of the screen. Mary Ellen, if you can just scroll. Yeah, there you go. And basically this page will give you an overview, a high-level overview on really every program that we have housed in our toolbox, so that you guys can access this at any point in time. And really, as it relates to the small business opportunities, we want to promote giving those tax incentives to those small businesses. When we're dealing with large companies, we're trying to get the deal done for as little as possible, to be quite honest with you. But for the small business opportunities, we really want to try to promote that, put that money back in the small business owners' pockets. So we'll start with the Small Business Credit Initiative. You know, each and every one of you in here either owns a small business, knows somebody that owns a small business, or visits a small business every day, right? So these are the programs that we can market very easily just by word of mouth advertising. One thing that we want to try to do is create access to capital for small businesses that have opportunities. And the Small Business Credit Initiative is a partnership that we have with the federal government, where they have given us an amount of money which we can support bank loans with. So we don't do the underwriting, we're not doling out the money, it's federal funds. We just do the due diligence on the process and partner with banks to try to get that money into the marketplace. What that means is, if a small business owner who has pretty much leveraged their entire life to try to make that business possible needs to go buy a new piece of equipment to try to expand that business. And that piece of equipment in the bank's eyes isn't enough collateral to make that loan. But the credit history is good, the character of the individual is good, the business history is good, but the collateral is just not there. This program can provide collateral support to that bank so that they make a loan that they might not otherwise have made. Where we put 20% into a CD that's on hand at that bank, and that becomes a part of that equipment collateral, again, so that the bank can give them that money. So that's just a high-level overview on a way we're trying to provide access to capital for small businesses to continue to grow their business.
Yeah, and we work with you can find on our website all the participating banks. There are a number of them in Louisville. And it's just one of those programs where if the bank has certain lending standards and a business is almost there, but it's not quite there. This helps get them over the hump, because we know, again, it's the small businesses that are going to create the most jobs. That's really the bread and butter. Everyone's really excited when they hear about Toyota coming or Ford expanding, but really the true growth that we've seen and experienced is with these small businesses. It's really the homegrown small businesses that are making the real difference in Kentucky. So that's been a great program for us. So I would encourage you, if any of you all are in banking, to make sure that your banks know about this program. But again, there are several in Louisville that participate with that.
Yep. And I think, you know, just to tell the story of what that program is, I think we've doled out probably a little over $5 million, between $5 and $6 million worth of support, which has leveraged about $60 million worth of loans from banks to, what is it? It's more than that then. So, but it's a 10-to-1 ratio. You know, with the money that we put into it and the money that we get out of it from the banks, it's a 10-to-1 ratio. The second thing that I'll highlight just real quickly, and I won't go through all the programs, is the Kentucky Small Business Tax Credit. So again, every one of you know a small business. Every one of you owns a small business potentially. Everyone visits a small business. The Small Business Tax Credit is something that was instituted just a few years ago. We have a $3 million allocation from the state to provide tax credits to small businesses that are just creating one employee at a minimum. If they're creating one employee, and if they've got less than 50, that's the qualifying piece there. It's got to be a business of less than 50 people. If they're creating one new employment opportunity and they're investing at least $5,000, they can get up to a $3,500 credit all the way up to $25,000, where they're taking state tax money that they would normally pay otherwise and putting that back into their pockets to help them recover that investment. So again, that's another one that we like to promote. We've been allocated $3 million worth of authorization for that program. The highest we've ever made it to is just over $1 million. So we've got a lot of area that we can grow there, and you guys can help us kind of sell that program, make sure the small businesses are taking advantage, of that program. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that piece. Everything else that's on this page relates to, you know, programs that we might use to work with bigger businesses to help them give back future tax revenues. You know, I think there's a misnomer that we're just writing checks to everybody and just passing money out and throwing it around. The reality is our job is to be fiscally responsible and represent the people in a way such that we're getting deals done for the minimum that we have to spend on them, to be perfectly honest with you. Some of the other programs that we have, we've got an angel investor tax credit for those companies or for those investors that want to invest in an early stage environment and they want to invest as an angel. We give them an opportunity to get a tax credit on the investment that they make into that company, again, to further spur activities with investments and helping companies grow. I could go all day long here.
As you can see, there's a long list. I've been scrolling up and down. You can see just how many opportunities there are, and based on what type of company you have and where you are, your great ideas you're getting started with, there's likely something that can support you. And all of these also are performance-based.
Correct.
All of these have been adopted by the General Assembly. So while we might think up great ideas as economic developers, we still need to go to our policymakers to get them to implement them. Same thing at the local level. All of ours are authorized through the Metro Council. So these are the dialogues that we find ourselves in, with always looking at what type of tools do we have in our toolbox and what do we need. And we talked a little bit about addressing enterprise zones. Several people have asked me over time about, well, what about enterprise zones? Do we still have those? How do those work? And you want to talk a little bit about where the history is on that and what the future might be?
Well, the enterprise zone program has not been in existence since, what, early 2000s, I think.
It is expired. That's
Yeah,
the one
so
headline.
it's not there. And I personally haven't been involved in it. I've been with the cabinet for about 4 years. But I think that was a federal initiative that sort of didn't trickle down to the states.
It was something that was used in the latter part of the 20th century. Many states had it, and I think there was indeed some federal component that got it kicked off. And they were 20-year zones. And when they were initially put in place, I think they had the purity of purpose we might think. You create a zone where you want to empower people and you want to create new economic activity in a distressed area. And at the early part of that 20-year time frame, it probably met that purpose. And over time, it got whittled away into and diluted into something that really wasn't able to provide that impactful return that we would hope for. But there is an opportunity now, because they're all expired, to go back and restart that conversation with our legislators about creating a 21st century model of an enterprise zone that would look at a distressed neighborhood or collection of neighborhoods that need some special assistance.
But don't you still have a hub zone, sir?
Not at the state level.
There is not a geographic specific program like that right now.
You know, I just will also piggyback on what John says. I'm not part of the sales team. I'm not out selling the state. I usually am in the back office working on the agreements. But one thing I would emphasize is I think there's always an emphasis of what are your programs, what kind of cash can you put in, what can, you know, because everyone, businesses are typically very needy in terms of capital, like John said, and things like that. But I want to stress that at least at the state level, our goal is to learn about what the businesses are, what your business is, what are your needs, what do you see your future looking like, what do you need to get there, and building a relationship with you to try to figure out what it is that the state has and the local entity has, that the local government has that can help you get to that goal. So it's a lot of what we do isn't necessarily just, like you said, writing checks and doling out tax incentives. That is a part of it, but the larger part of it is just trying to learn what it is that you need and what it is that we can do to do that. Another big part of it that is a program that we have, I talked about just creating this environment, is that we've spent a lot of time and energy in the last several years building out our innovation network, which we have offices all over the state. There's one here in Louisville. And it's a place where people who are starting a business can go get help in starting their business, either mentoring, all kinds of services, mentoring, getting a business plan together to take to a bank if you need some capital needs, things like that. So maybe putting you together with other folks. So it's, again, it's not just what programs are there, and I don't want you to think that we're just very program focused. We certainly are happy to talk with you about all of those, but really we want to learn what you need.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think the biggest challenge for businesses and allowing us the opportunity to help them grow is, you know, they don't know how to get a hold of us potentially. You've got partnership with Louisville Forward here. They know about our programs. They'll connect us to the process. You've got partnerships with the Innovation Network offices, which there are 13 of them statewide, which are also connected to the Small Business Development Center. So it's a pretty large and vast, I mean, as Mary Ellen said, you look at this page, there are so many tools in the toolbox. You know, the point for us today, I think, is not to overwhelm you with knowledge on every single one of the programs, although I highlighted the two that I think are most impactful to everyone in this room. The real challenge, again, and what we want to try to present is a voice and an opportunity for you guys to visit our website, connect with Louisville Forward, connect with the Innovation Network offices, connect with the Small Business Development Centers, because when you do that, you get into the mix with the conversation. And I'll share with you a conversation that I had with a Louisville-based company yesterday that's been around for a long time. You know, the conversation started about incentives, and through the course of that conversation, we really found out that they've got workforce training needs. You know, they've got hiring opportunities. They have occupational safety and health training that they need, which we can connect them with the labor cabinet, with state government, who provides a free service to do that. That's an incentive. I mean, all of these things are incentives. It doesn't have to just be monetary in a lot of ways. It could be service related. And that's really where our passion lies. It's trying to get to the bottom of what are the problems that are facing businesses and helping them grow, and what are the opportunities that are present for us to be able to help them with. So don't walk away from here trying to, think that you need to remember everything that I've said about that small business tax credit or that small business credit initiative. Here's our website for you. You can get on here at any point in time. You can read about those at a high level, and we've got contact information on there so that you can connect with us. You can connect with John and Mary Ellen at Louisville Forward. You can connect with the Small Business Development Centers, and we really try to work hard to interact with each other on a very regular basis so that we all know about the programs that we all have at our disposal, so you don't have to make 15 different phone calls. You can make one or two and you can get all the answers. So
that's well said, and there's two commonalities to every project we work, and incentives is not going to be on this list. People and place. Every project we work on needs people to work there and needs a place to do the work. So the majority of our activity is usually around how do we find your workforce, how do we work together to make sure you can find and train your workforce, keep them safe, and then also your real estate solution. Where are you going to locate? How are your employees going to get there? What are the transportation issues? And that's everything from installing a traffic light and a curb cut to making sure that the TARP stop is there at your front door. So these are the types of things we work on, frankly, more than these. And in fact, Kevin asked a question about the other zones. Even though we don't have a geography-specific program today, we, as Louisville Metro, and through Louisville Forward have actually been using some of our existing incentives in a geographic way. We, for the last year and a half, have been targeting incentives in West Louisville and offering a richer incentive to companies who are willing to expand in West Louisville and who are committed to hiring over half of their new workforce from those surrounding neighborhoods. And we have had 4 successful projects using that tool. So today, even though we don't have the geographic specific tool we hope to have in the future, we're using our toolkit in that way to provide the greatest benefit for the greatest good. And one of the other tools that we use, I've already mentioned around brownfield, so I'm going to turn over to my colleague Tim, it is the brownfield area. So we have in the city some funds. It's a low 6-figure sum, but every year we can work with companies to help them assess a brownfield. So you think you might want to locate somewhere and you're not sure what might have been on that location before, we do have actually remediation assistance. So we can work with you at no cost to a company to evaluate that particular site. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tim to talk about how that program works and then what some of the other tools are if you're ready to go forward with redevelopment of the brownfield.
Thank you.
And he has a PowerPoint.
Yep.
There you go. You're ready to drive.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As I mentioned earlier, I want to try to spend most of my time today talking about brownfield reuse and how our agency works to get those brownfield properties back into reuse as well, get them cleaned up and hopefully back into reuse to bring jobs in the community, increase security in areas, and those kind of things. First of all, how many people know what a brownfield is, a brownfield property? I see almost everyone raise their hands, which is really, really good. I remember back years ago, a lot of people really weren't familiar with that term, what a brownfield is. A lot of people are familiar with Superfund type cleanups that you read about and see on TV, the ones that are the worst sites that can affect a whole lot of people. Again, a brownfield property is a property that's abandoned or underutilized due to real or perceived environmental contamination. So that could be a lot of different types of properties, really. It can be old gas stations, dry cleaners, any kind of commercial business, old factories that go out of business. Just any number of things can be or could be a brownfield and could be actually eligible for funding. And Mary Ellen just mentioned through federal brownfield money or money that the state has as well. Those properties can be looked at, investigated, and we'll talk more about that as we go through this. That's good. People are very much aware now of brownfield properties. I'll give sort of a brief history of a program that we developed back in 2012 to help with at least one piece of redeveloping brownfields. I know John and the other panelists talked quite a bit about funding incentives maybe that might be out there through a variety of sources, through economic development and others. And those are really, really good to have some additional funding that you can provide to get, to spur that redevelopment of that property. Unfortunately, our agency really doesn't have the dollars to be able to do that with. We have some ways that we can help, and that's what we plan to talk about today, is the other incentives that we might have to help reduce liability on that property. So we'll cover that program, the purpose, we'll talk about some of the statutes and regulations that govern the program, and some of the other features. And then the last piece of this will be some assistance that our brownfield program can offer, again, to help initiate cleanup of those properties, as well as some other incentives that we have. As I mentioned, we, with the exception of the money that is available through the Economic Development Cabinet, our agency does not really have a whole lot of funding available to use this. Okay. All right. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As I mentioned, our agency really doesn't have the actual funding to be able to contribute to to incentivize companies to come into areas and to redevelop, bring jobs and those kind of things. But what we can offer are ways that you can reduce your liability. You can investigate those properties through our programs, and we will work hand in hand with you on how to reduce your liability, so really you don't have liability for cleanup that one would normally have under a Superfund program. And we're all aware of some of the big brownfield projects that have happened. Many of those have even happened in Louisville. The Papa John's Cardinal Stadium, that was a huge brownfield project. It actually won a Phoenix Award several years ago for the jobs that it brought and just the overall efforts made to make that happen. There were several other projects. The Waterfront Development Park was also a huge brownfield project that happened years ago. Those were all funded, and those happened because you had developers that were willing to make that happen in conjunction with working with the city to address legacy issues. In the waterfront case, you had a lot of scrap yards and bulk petroleum plants that had been located there for years and years. It was pretty much an unsightly mess, contributed contamination that affected soils and groundwater. So with those big projects, those really sometimes don't have to have a huge push to make them happen. So that's there. But for some of the smaller properties, we recognized that there was a need to look at how we could help. How could we spur those properties to be redeveloped? And that's what we looked at. So in 2012, we worked with the General Assembly, Senator Neal and others, to pass House Bill 465. It ended up becoming a statute 224.1-415 that became effective in July of 2013. We tend to call that program the 415 program or the Brownfield Redevelopment Program. We subsequently developed regulations to help outline the program itself. And we actually reviewed and approved a site back in February 2013. That was our first one. The purpose of the program is to remove that uncertainty. When someone sees a property, it could be an old gas station or a factory, it could be a company who is looking to relocate to an area. It could be Louisville, Lexington, or any other place in Kentucky. If there's contamination there, there's always that uncertainty with how much contamination is there, how much cleanup costs will there be for that particular property. So what this program does is it parallels the federal, what we call bona fide prospective purchaser program, where if you do your due diligence up front, do an all appropriate inquiry, we call it, which essentially means you have to do an environmental assessment to make sure you understand what the environmental issues are before you purchase that property. Then if you take on those things and you do those in conjunction with our agency, then you have something more than just what is called an affirmative defense. You have something, a paper in hand that you can take to a bank or to anyone else and say, look, this property has been sanctioned by the state. I have no liability for cleanup. Please approve my loan to operate my business here. There are conditions that you have to meet in order to not be liable for cleanup under this program. You cannot be connected with the company who previously operated there and may have caused the contamination. You cannot have any connection with them. You have to certify that the conditions are met through this program, that you are not responsible for the contamination, and then our agency will concur in writing. These are the regulations that have more detail about the program itself, what is required. This I know is very difficult to see here. It's sort of a flow chart that's meant to look sort of like
It's like a child's board game.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I'm looking for don't pass go here or something. I'm not sure where that's at. But the main thing about this is that this is a process where the first question is there known, perceived, or potential contamination on the property in question? If you answer yes, then it just takes you through the process that you would go through to enter our brownfield redevelopment program. You would have to submit a copy of the deed, and you would have to prepare a property management plan, and I'll talk a bit more about what that is later. You have to pay an application fee. And so once the cabinet concurs with that, then we'll issue you one of two letters. One is called a notice of eligibility, which basically says if you purchase the property, the cabinet agrees that you do not have liability for cleanup, for the contamination. So that's prior to purchase the property. We would issue a notice of eligibility. Once you purchase it, then we would issue what is called a notification of concurrence, which essentially basically says now that you own the property, you do not have liability for cleanup. So that is a very, very big thing for a lot of people who are afraid of taking on these properties, purchasing them. They may work with John and others in economic development and have an ideal location, but many of them in the past have backed away because they're afraid of that potential cleanup cost. And so this program, again, helps them get a letter that gives them confidence they can go to a bank and get lending for that piece of property and be assured that they have no liability for contamination. So now, if the answer is no about any potential contamination, then that program is not applicable because you really don't have any true liability issues there. Again, this is just some of the application requirements, the things that we would need to see. A little bit more about the property management plan. It does have to be signed off by a PE or PG, professional engineer or professional geologist licensed in Kentucky. That plan essentially says once you do your environmental assessment and you know what the environmental issues are on that particular property, then that property management plan goes into more detail about how that property, how you plan to use it and use it safely. So there could be contamination in the soil. You may plan to put a parking lot there. That parking lot essentially caps off that area, prevents exposure. So there's not really a true risk of exposure there as part of your usage. There could be other things. You could have an old dry cleaner site that has some issues with solvent vapors. You could put vapor barriers down and then build your building on top of that. Again, that addresses any potential for those vapors to come into the building. So there's those kind of details are provided in the property management plan. It's not a very detailed document, but it is one that's part of the application package. Again, the site assessment has to follow certain standards in order for it to be effective. These are some of the information that's typically in the property management plan. Description of the future use, a map identifying the areas where releases have occurred, where contamination is. And then again, as I mentioned, a description of methods that you plan to use to make sure the property is protected. And we would essentially review that property management plan and then typically would issue a letter to concur with that. We may ask questions. We may ask that you meet with us. We do a lot of things informally through conference call and face-to-face meetings just to make sure that everyone understands what the requirements are, and we work very closely with developers and anyone who's interested in these brownfield properties. So, and again, the person who's buying the property has to agree to comply with the approved property management plan and allow access to any parties who may be responsible. So there could be a property that someone takes on to purchase through this program, but there may be someone there who's actually responsible for cleanup. Well, if you take on that property, then you would have to allow access by that person to come in and do cleanup. So that is part of the program. And if there's any land use restrictions, restricting to commercial or industrial use, you would have to comply with those. We typically try to review the plans and the application within 30 days. Again, especially if we know a transaction is pending, we do everything we can to get our review done very quickly. If you find something once you buy the property, it's a simple matter of reporting that to us and then making sure you certify that you did not cause that contamination. Again, if someone buys a property and they locate there, they cause contamination themselves, they are still responsible for cleaning it up. Again, this program addresses historical releases that may have happened in the past. The first letter I mentioned, the notice of eligibility stage, that's before the property is purchased. That is a confidential phase of the program, so we We do not release any records related to that. We've had our attorney have an opinion, and those documents are confidential because we know that a developer may decide not to take on that property, or there could be a lot of things happen between the time that they submit an application to us. They may decide not to purchase the property. But once we issue that second letter, the notification of concurrence, then all the documents are open records at that point. This is some requirements for banks. If there's anyone in here representing banks, this is a good program for banks. If they have to foreclose on properties, they can do that through this program and not have liability. Again, some of the positive things, it improves the opportunity to redevelop some of these brownfield properties, get them back into productive use, it increases awareness, it provides for effective management of sites that are contaminated. These are some of the sites that we have throughout the state that we have approved. Again, we have quite a few in Louisville and all over the state, even in small communities. That's a positive thing about this program, is it is even good for smaller towns and communities as well, and we've seen that. Just some statistics, we've issued over 109 of these type of letters, over 1,400 acres that have been positively affected. Number of properties in Louisville that we've addressed are 63. So we have 63 sites in Louisville through this program that we have addressed, over 400 acres in Louisville as well. And some of these are small properties as well. Just some examples, you may be familiar with Mellow Mushroom. I think this is in the Highlands area. This was a former dry cleaner that it was in really bad shape. The building was falling down, and so the developer came in to us through this program, and now this business is providing up to 100 part-time jobs, I think. This is another site in Louisville, Soleil property, which again was a very successful project that we worked on. West Point Bank, this was on Dixie Highway. This was a former dry cleaner site that we worked with. Green River Steel, this is in Owensboro. This was a hazardous waste site, actually, a rec road site. And those can pose challenges, but we were actually able to work through those and still be able to get the new owner who purchased a portion of the property, get them a letter which essentially stated that they had no liability for state superfund cleanup. This is one that you may have heard about. A lot of distilleries, of course, are expanding or opening up. This is an old distillery in Woodford County that's opening back up. Again, I think they're almost finished with a lot of their renovations that they're doing for the old Taylor distillery. So this site came through our program as well. GE Glass plant in Lexington. A few others, the Outer Loop Walmart, and some other small sites. Really quickly, we mentioned that we don't really have a whole lot of funding incentives for our agency to provide for brownfield properties, but we are able, as Mary Ellen mentioned, we are able to offer phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessments free of charge to local governments and nonprofit groups. So we do that quite often. We work with Louisville on many of those as well, to make sure that they address any issues related to liability. There's some electrical tariff discount rates that some of the utilities in the state offer as well for brownfield properties. And then there's property tax incentives for cleanup of brownfield properties. The rates are reduced. If you receive a no further remediation letter, you can receive up to $150,000 worth of tax credits as well. And a new program that we have, the Cleaner Commonwealth Fund, which I believe the city of Louisville has received some funding last year, I think, for this program. Again, provides money, grants and loans to be used to investigate and clean up brownfield sites. And that's it. I went through that very quickly, so I apologize.
Oh, thank you, Tim, very much. And Allison Smith, I'm going to point out one staff member, raise your hand. She is Louisville Metro's Brownfields Coordinator, so she and Tim tag team on these issues. And there are two sites I want to point out that we didn't have pictures of there, but are active redevelopment sites that were former brownfields. That is the site at 18th and Broadway that will be home to the Walmart and other retail development, and the site at 30th between Ali and Market, the site of the food court. So both of those are brownfields. They're going to find a future life as something else for our community. So thank you, Tim, for your partnership in this, and we'll have a few minutes for questions. But before we run out of time, I really want to hear from our entrepreneur and community leader on the panel, Hayden. And you know, you've heard a lot about this. You're active with One West and in your neighborhood. Tell us what's missing in the toolbox.
One of the things that I would say that is missing in the toolbox, but you guys actually have it in your toolbox, are microloans, which I think really do help spur, especially like there's smaller businesses that are trying to get started. You know, they may not need the 10, 15, 20, 40, $50,000 to get started. Sometimes a quick cash infusion of $1,500 to $2,500 is really all you need to get started. I use myself as an example. When I started my sports show 8 years ago, almost 9 years ago now, it was through going through a microloan program at CBC, which gave me my first start. You know, and since then, like I said, I've been on the air for 8 years now. We're now the only African-American owned sports talk show in probably like a 6-state area. You know, now we're about to start another program where we'll start educating other young folks into being sports journalists. Mainly because like when I go out, like last night when I covered the Sweet 16, and a couple years ago when I did the Final Four and NFL games of that nature, you don't see too many of us in the press box. Usually you count us on one hand. When I did Sweet 16 a couple years ago in Indianapolis, it was me. And that was it. There were 100 journalists there, it's me. So we decided we're gonna do something about this. So, but that's all based off of microloans we got 8 years ago to get started. Another big, I think in the toolbox that we can actually help empower is trying to figure a way to help the city get better control over vacant and abandoned properties. You know, try to strengthen the city's ability to foreclose on properties and to bring those properties into like a land banking situation where they can be redistributed and actually put to good use. You know, right now, I know this is one of the things we talk about on the One West board. You know, you have a lot of properties there with liens. And a lot of times you have bankers and investors from out of town that will come in, buy liens on houses. I think they charge them 12%, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, on the lien. So somebody may have a home in West Louisville maybe worth $40,000, a shotgun house, maybe back in their taxes, $1,100. Somebody will come in, buy that lien, tack on $500 in lawyer fees and everything else, tack on the full 12% interest and just sit. Knowing the person may or may not be able to afford it. If they can't, they sit to foreclose on the house and then they just sit some more. And the person has to leave, they have to move out, the house stays abandoned and vacant. Usually those out-of-state owners, there's no incentive for them to upkeep the property. So it just sits, and eventually it gets to a point of iteration, the city tears it down and then resubmits a bill. But that's a lost opportunity there. And I think that's to me, that's one of the biggest issues that I see right now, is trying to get a kind of handle on the vacant and abandoned properties. Of course, there are the brownfield sites, but that's a whole different animal. We're trying to find people who've been there and things of that nature. But to me, it's like the micro lending is very, very important. Identifying those small entrepreneurs that could actually use the micro lending and kind of getting them the support that they need kind of going forward. One of the organizations I joined is called a peer group, and that's what they're great at. They're great at identifying small business owners, guys who may do this on the side, maybe not their full-time employment, but yet it's enough to supplement their income, and their book publishers, comedians, the whole gamut there, and kind of provide that infrastructure, especially for folks who don't have like traditional businesses.
It's very helpful comments. I'm glad you hit on the micro enterprise level. That's something where we now have a lot of opportunity in our city, and not just through government, but through some nonprofit organizations. There's a group called Kiva, does Kiva loans. Those are helpful to get started. We have a micro enterprise loan through our community services department. And I mentioned the Metco loan program, which is kind of the next step up from that after you get started, but sometimes you see that initial infusion of capital. And you all heard from Gina Dunlap earlier. She oversees our vacant and abandoned and public property administration for the city. And this is another place where state law really does impact what we're able to do, because those foreclosure policies that Haven referenced are governed by state law. So it's really important for us to stay active with our state legislators and other state leaders to tell them what we need, whether it's changing an incentive, offering different tax credits or loan programs, helping with brownfields. We've got a great program, but it's not as rich as some other states, Tim alluded to that. And then helping to improve the vacant abandoned property program. We've now passed 3 laws, going on 4 in Frankfurt to try to improve this process. We've cut down the foreclosure time from about 2 years to between 6 months and a year, depending on the status of the property. But all that's governed by state law, so keep in touch with your state lawmakers. So I'm going to try to work in a question or two here in the couple of minutes that we have left. So let's talk a little bit, Haven, I'll ask this to you. What would make a difference to encourage a business owner to locate in West Louisville?
What encouragement? I think if you look at it from an incentive standpoint, I think there's enough incentives there for people to locate West Louisville. The biggest thing is overcoming perception. We have all the funding mechanisms in place, like I said before, it's just perception. And the biggest thing is that once you cross 9th Street, people have a fear that it's like Beirut, or I guess Syria, is more of an up-to-date reference. People get shot every day, it's like Wild Wild West, and it's not like that. And getting over those perceptions of West Louisville, to me, is the largest barrier, it's the greatest barrier to getting businesses to want to move there, to want to move to West Louisville. But none of business is getting people to move back to West Louisville. Perception drives a lot of the reason people don't even want to move to West Louisville. People move out of West Louisville all the time. And it is that perception. As a West Louisville resident, I can tell you that perception is not reality. I live probably in one of the second worst neighborhood in all of Jefferson County, Russell neighborhoods. California may be like #1, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm a 3rd generation Russell resident, and it's not like that. And to me, that's the biggest thing, is getting over that perception, making people see the community and the people, and not what they see on the news.
Well, and then one of these questions here asked, we talked about several programs like enterprise zones. Why hasn't the city of Louisville tried to replicate these successful models in West Louisville? It seems the city has used tax incentive districts in other parts of the community very successfully. We have. I mentioned those 4 projects. We actually provide that higher incentive for folks who are willing to locate a distressed neighborhood and hire from there. We've offered that to 5 companies, and 4 of the 5 have taken us up on it. So that is working. And I really appreciate the partnership with the state, because frankly, we had to kind of bend the rules just a little bit on the edge to figure out how to do that within the constructs of the state law, because the state law today doesn't really give us that direct authority, so we appreciate the partnership with the state to do that, so that we could help and encourage those companies to locate and expand in West Louisville. And that collectively is several hundred jobs and several millions of dollars of new investment just from 2015 projects.
Well, and I'll also add to that, Mary Ellen, with our incentive programs, many of them, we have the ability to negotiate with employers. So it's not an equation-based formula as it relates to, you're going to create 20 jobs and you're going to invest $1 million. That's not a cut and dry incentive package. So we evaluate things like unemployment rate, the area, job opportunities. So, we try to look at it and really create an incentive. An incentive is not an incentive if you give the same thing to everybody that applies for it. So we try to create an incentive program such that we look at where the areas of opportunity are, what the challenges are, and try to provide an incentive that's appropriate based on where they're looking, what the opportunity is.
There's also a good question here about paying a living wage, and the incentives that we offer are for living wage jobs with benefits. So we don't offer incentives to folks who are paying below that. So that's very important, because that's not worth incentivizing. Correct. That's not what we do. I think we'll add One final note, a question about vacant property and what is being done with crime protection when you invest in purchase property and plan to renovate. And this is, one of the cross-functional issues that we have, where we have to work closely with our partners in LMPD and codes and regulations. We could spend another whole hour talking about cutting grass and cleaning up broken windows and things like that. But there's a lot of that goes on to then support that area so that you can redevelop it. So it is a true cross-functional effort across city government, state government, and with their neighborhood leaders. And so we will stay on time and wrap this panel. Dr. Benson, and I want to thank the panelists for joining me this morning. Thank you all for the good questions.
Thank you. We are now going to transition into our third segment, and this is going to be a segment that's dealing with community empowerment and how these community organizations are connecting to redevelop West Louisville. Our moderator for this segment will be Mr. Tim Stevens. He's with the Center for Neighborhoods. We also have Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Kevin Fields. He's with Global Central Community Centers. Mr. Scott Love, he's with the City of Louisville. We have also Mr. Gil Holland, and he's going to discuss some private initiatives.
Pass, that taken? She was texting, she's like,
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, this segment is about to start.
After this panel,
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we're about to start. Okay, we're about to start our next segment, people. And following our next segment, we're going to have our conversation with Mayor Fisher, and it's going to be a conversation during lunch. So after we finish this segment, we're going to ask that everyone transitions downstairs to the cafeteria. And while you're eating lunch, there will be a conversation with Mayor Fisher. So following this segment, we're going to have our lunch downstairs in the cafeteria, in which Mayor Fisher will talk about some economic development issues or initiatives within Metro Louisville. Again, I would like to introduce, but first thank our panelists for presenting their level of expertise in this Economic Development Summit. So with that said, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Tom Stevens. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It is morning, it'll be noon shortly, and we hope to be done by then and enjoy lunch with the mayor. But my name is Tom Stevens. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Neighborhoods here in Louisville. And our mission is building healthy, sustainable, safe, and attractive neighborhoods through engaged, informed, and committed neighbors. And so today we're going to be talking with our fantastic panel of gentlemen around the idea of initiatives in the West and investment and community benefit through that investment. And so our objective today is, as you look at Louisville, we're experiencing a large amount of public and private investment in Louisville and across all segments of the city. And as you heard this morning from Mr. Crouch, if we're going to grow as a diverse, inclusive, attractive, and healthy city. And that's the only way that we're truly going to grow. So our objective during our time today is to look at some current initiatives in West Louisville and the community benefit and how that accrues through that investment in our community. And so I'm going to introduce our panelists quickly, but I wanted to start real briefly. There's a saying that I've heard, a gentleman named John Perkins. He's the founder of the Christian Community Development Association, over 30 or 40 years. He always starts with this Chinese proverb, and it says, "Go to the people, live among them, learn from them, love them. Start with what they know, build on what they have, but of the best leaders, when their task is done, the people will say, 'We have done it ourselves.'" And so this idea of investment, we look at empowerment, and generally a generic definition that I'll say just kind of establish our time, is empowerment is a gain or increase in control, strength, or power to influence decisive factors in your life, or in this case, your community. And benefit, just a good, advantageous, or helpful result. And so if I'm going to have a seat, because I was attempting to play basketball and sprained my ankle pretty badly, I didn't invest in the weightlifting that I probably should as a small guy to rebound against much larger guys. And so I didn't have a good benefit or result from that. Right? That investment I had to put in to get out the result that I wanted to have. And so this morning we're going to hear a little about some of the initiatives that are going on with these four folks. And I'll move down the line. And so Gil Holland is among many hats, but the founder of the Portland Investment Initiative, among other hats as well. Scott Love with Louisville Forward and Economic Development with Metro Louisville. Tim Berry, who's the Executive Director of Louisville Metro Housing Authority. And Kevin Fields, Vice President and Chief Operating Officer with Louisville Central Community Centers, Inc. in the Russell neighborhood. And so I wanted to start with Tim Berry and just really start with a broad kind of overview of the work that you all and your organization does in this area and some of the key current initiatives that you have going on.
Okay, for those of you who don't know what we do, we are the agency, the public agency that oversees public housing and Section 8 primarily. We have about 4,000 public housing units in Jefferson County. We have about 10,000 Section 8 vouchers that we oversee. We're also involved, and have been for a while, in some major redevelopment initiatives, beginning with some things that we did at former public housing sites through a program called Hope 6, which many of you are familiar with, which was started by President Clinton, and that allowed us, the housing authorities all over the country, to take public housing dollars and use them to redevelop very old, outdated public housing sites and create mixed income, mixed uses, which we have done, I think, successfully in concert with the city at Park Duval, which was Cotter and Lang many, many years ago, and then Clarksdale, now Liberty Green, and then most recently Shepherd Square. So that, and again, we couldn't have done that without our city metro partners, but that's the redevelopment projects that we have been overseeing for the last few years. We're now in the midst of preparing an application for funding under a new program called Choice. And many of you, I'm sure, have heard about the Choice Initiative. And it's like Hope 6, except a lot bigger. Because the one thing that Hope 6 did not do, and it wasn't intentional, as you just learn as you go, Hope 6 was dedicated primarily to the redevelopment of the public housing site. There wasn't a lot of attention paid to the adjoining neighborhood, because most of the time, if not all the time, public housing sites sit in distressed, impoverished areas. The beauty of Choice, thanks to this administration, is that it concentrates a lot of effort and resources not only on the redevelopment of what public housing site may exist, and in this particular case it's Puget Terrace, but it puts equal importance, if not greater importance, on what's going on in the neighborhood. And how can we, the federal government, through the Choice funding, and local government and the housing authority, do something to help the Russell neighborhood. And that's what we're embarking on now, and if you're not familiar with the Russell neighborhood, it's big. It goes from 9th Street to 32nd, from Market to Broadway, 940 acres. But it's something that needs to be done and should be done, and now we have a mechanism, hopefully, for doing it.
Great. Kevin, why don't you share a little bit about LCCC and the key initiatives you all have?
Sure, Tom. Good morning. I first want to piggyback on some of what Tim is talking about. And the main point I want to make this morning when it comes to economic development in West Louisville is the need for transformation. And the work that Tim discussed in terms of public housing redevelopment is probably the best example of what transformation looks like when you consider what was Cotter and Lang homes, 1,100 units of low-income housing, now a vibrant neighborhood that we call Park Duval. And when you look at east of downtown, what was Clarksdale, now we have Liberty Green, and the collateral impact of a new building off of that. So the point that I want to make is the need for economic transformation in Louisville. At Louisville Central Community Center, through the leadership of Sam Watkins and our board, and we want to acknowledge we have two board members here, Reverend David Snarton, who is right an immediate neighbor, and Danny Torian with UPS. When the board and Sam decided that in order to address poverty in Russell, which we recognize as one of the deepest pockets of poverty in America, we really need to demonstrate what poverty is all about and what we need to do to change it. And it's an economic measure. And for years, LCCC has been around about 67 years. And most of those years, we've used the social service model to address poverty. So after doing that for so long, the light bulb went off and we decided, well, in order to change poverty in our community, we need an economic model. So the board took on, about 11 years ago, a capital fundraising campaign that allowed the organization to acquire property right there in the heart of the Russell neighborhood. So now you have the old Walnut Street development that when it's done represents a $13 million investment right in the heart of Russell. And within that development, it's all about job creation. It's all about not only delivering the program services that we've done historically, but how do we become a catalyst for other types of economic investment in Russell. So we've been at this for a while, and we've been agitating and collaborating with a lot of partners with the idea that it's about time for some economic change here. So we're really excited that the Housing Authority has adopted the concept of let's look at Beecher Terrace, because we recognize Beecher Terrace is an impediment to economic development in West Louisville, because it represents the gateway of what you see when you go west from downtown into West Louisville. You get met with several city blocks of low-income housing, and we in this new age realize that in order to benefit from the economy of a growing downtown, then we need to look for ways for those dollars to move westward, similar to ways they moved east and south and even north, going over into Indiana. So this whole idea of transforming Beecher Terrace, the Russell Choice Neighborhood Transformation Plan is representative of movement in that direction. So we appreciate that. Now, part of what we're leading in that effort is the idea that the Muhammad Ali Boulevard, so when Mayor Fisher said, what can we do to affect change in Louisville 25 years out, we invested in a study that says, let's look at Ali Boulevard, let's build on some of the history that once existed. So fast forward, now we're talking about a cultural arts district on Ali Boulevard from 6th Street all the way down to as far as 18th Street. And it takes a lot of effort to do that, but the vision is there, the plan is there, and we're working as a key partner with the Choice Neighborhood plan to do that. So that's the 2 points I would make is we need transformation and we need investment and we need collaboration, and I think that's what's happening.
Great, thank you. Let's jump down to McGill. Share a little bit about what you're doing on the investment side.
Right, so that's actually a perfect segue, because I feel like, since the Great Flood of 1937, when West Louisville was underwater for a long time and most people with money left the neighborhood, that was followed up by, bad banking policies, redlining, urban renewal, lots of problems, but we can really go back to 36, I think, when things were actually pretty vibrant west of 9th. So we had this, 9th Street divide, the Berlin Wall, and part of it is, you're right, there's 18 acres of surface parking where Mercer Trucking is when you get past 10th, and then you have Beecher Terrace. So there's on the Portland side, we have the government's been working on revitalizing West Louisville. The nonprofit sector has been working on it, but we really haven't had any private investment going back to West Louisville. And at least, I don't know about Russell, but in the Portland neighborhood, I was talking to an entrepreneur who's become very successful in town, and he was like, you're moving into Portland. He's like, the definition of success for me was getting out of Portland. So, how do we repopulate? There's 8,600 vacant abandoned properties in Louisville, most of which are west of 9th Street. There's 1,400 vacant abandoned properties alone in the Portland neighborhood. It's about 1,400 acres. So, and since we as citizens own the water company, we own MSD, we've already invested all this taxpayer dollars providing infrastructure to empty lots and crumbling houses. So we can have a great return on investment just by housing the almost 9,000 students in Jefferson County Public Schools who experience homelessness at some point every year. So we have 8,600 vacant abandoned properties. We have almost the same number of kids who have home insecurity issues every year in Jefferson County Public Schools. Not to mention we could have a lot more customers for our already invested in infrastructure. So from the private sector, if every investor, if every foundation, if every bank, every investment group, even if they just put 1% of their money, if we took 1% of the $130 million tax rebates we're given to Omni, just took 1% of that into a fund for West Louisville redevelopment, we could have, I think we should have a $50 million, we should just go ahead and say we're going to raise $50 million for the West Louisville revitalization project. We have, in the last 2.5 years, I have personally given over 1,000 people tours west of 9th Street, many of whom had never gone west of 9th Street. So the 9th Street wall is coming down, and if you've been to places like Austin, Texas, you know, I-35 is about 6 times as big as 9th Street. And people used to always say, oh, well, you know, East Austin is never going to happen. Of course, East Austin is blossoming. The people whose home values were underwater, they are now back to where they were. You know, the average home price in the Portland neighborhood is about $28,000 because it's about 7 blocks on the wrong side of 9th Street. So we need to work with the banks. We need to improve valuations of property so people have true value. You know, there's the value and cost. There's, you know, water. We spend no money on water. We flush it down the toilet, but we die without, you know, if we don't have water for 72 hours. Diamonds, people pay millions of dollars for diamonds. There's no value to humanity. It's the water diamond, you know, paradox. So here we have beautiful houses that are worth, according to the banks and even the PBA, $28,000. So if we can bring the house value up, put a moratorium on property tax increase so that people on fixed incomes don't get gentrified out of the neighborhood, you know, we need to repopulate West Louisville. And so that's what we are working on from the private sector. There's a lot more money in the private sector. You can't have economic development without community development. You can't have community development without economic development. You know, why is 28th and Dumanil not a thriving retail hub of commercial activity? There's great historic bones. You know, we call it urban acupuncture. You take the spots where there is existing either history, culture, buildings, you know, history from, you know, Old Walnut Street history, and then you invest there to then have the positive ripple effect. And then you hope that each of these spots of urban acupuncture will start blending together.
Great, thank you. And Scott, kind of an overview of economic development in Louisville Forward and kind of how you all are working in this arena.
Okay, thank you so much. First, let me say thank you to AAI for this opportunity. All of you probably saw this document as you walked in. So when we talk about look at West Louisville, there is good news. So when we think about transformation, we think about community building and community development, this document is some of the success highlights of West Louisville. So I invite you to make sure that you get one on break or before you leave and kind of walk through all of the positive things that are going on. Certainly these gentlemen sitting here on the panel with me are moving the needle in a lot of these positive things. But I want to bring this to your attention. You know, when we talk about transformation and collaboration and community building, a couple of projects that I'll just lift up for our discussion. First one is a food court. I think most of us are familiar with food court. It's on the corner of 30th and Market, bounded by Muhammad Ali and Market. Wonderful things going on at that site. A lot of collaboration, not only through our department, but many agencies and organizations led by Seed Capital of Kentucky. I see Charles Booker here is in the audience. He's really done a good job, along with Carolyn Heine and Stephen Riley, of making sure that that project has community input. I think that project has created a community council that, Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, probably had a handful of people at the beginning, but now through a collaborative of different meetings, probably well over 100 residents now are actively involved and engaged in that work. And so I think that's a success story that we really want to hang our hat on. Also, LIBA, the Louisville Independent Business Alliance, they're actively working in West Louisville now, what I call LIBA West. And we've created a program called Pay It Forward. And through this program, we're looking at small entrepreneurs in West Louisville and matching them up with established LIBA members and high operating companies in our community. For instance, we have, some of you may be familiar with Sweet Peaches, which is a coffee pastry shop at the corner of 18th and Muhammad Ali. She's doing a wonderful job in her business. She is now part of this Pay It Forward program where she is matched up now with Heine Brothers. We have a local real estate investor that's small. He's a Louisville fireman by day and an entrepreneur by afternoon and night. And he's matched up with Mr. Holland here to learn the real estate development business. So we're actively involved in the community in West Louisville, making community benefit wins, if you will, by investing in those residents of the community, in those small businesses and through these various projects. Also, another one I'll mention is Port Shaw. Port Shaw is the Community Development Corporation of Portland Memorial Baptist Church. They're actively involved in the West Market Street development. Some of you may know we've done some streetscaping elements there. We're in the midst of really beautifying the area, setting the table, if you will, for business development. Port Shaw has come along with the Shawnee Neighborhood Association and asked, where can we be a benefit? How can we plug into what the city and others are doing to make a difference? So if we're looking for transformation, if we're looking for community building, if we're really looking to rise up West Louisville, which we are, then one of the ways that you do that is to become actively involved in what's going on. So I encourage all of you, whatever organization you're in, I've got a whiteboard in my office and I've got 24 different projects or initiatives or individuals that are doing something in West Louisville. Every day when I come to work and I look at that board, that reminds me that there's positive things going on in West Louisville. Every day that whiteboard reminds me that there's some place that each one of you can get engaged. So I encourage you to meet with me or these other gentlemen here on the panel to find out where your plug-in point really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And from the Center for Neighborhoods, I couldn't have said that better than that. Get involved and get plugged in. And so hopefully y'all heard a little bit of a high-level overview of the work that each of these gentlemen are doing in their organizations. And I would certainly encourage you, if you have questions, to start writing those down and pass those forward. And I've got a few, we want to kind of dig in a little bit. And so between Gil and Tim, you talked about the public and the private investment side. When you look at something like Vision Russell, right, it's not the Hope 6 model anymore. It's broader, it's looking at the whole community and all of Russell. How does private investment play into that? How are you all planning to engage private investment in that with the public benefit that the housing authority seeks?
Well, it's certainly a public-private partnership, and a lot of that has to do with financing, because we will be looking for private dollars, and the best mechanism for doing that is the low-income housing tax credit, which allows investors to come in and help fund the project. We're working in close collaboration, and have been from the beginning with Metro government, because this is not just a housing authority thing. This is truly a collaboration between Metro government and local Metro housing authority. So the economic development aspect and private investment is something that Scott's intimately involved with, and others with Metro government.
Great. And Gil, from your side, how do you see, you mentioned urban acupuncture, I love that term. How do you, from the private side, how do you gauge and measure community benefit?
Well, if you're a kid growing up in a neighborhood where 1 out of 4 buildings are vacant, abandoned, I don't understand how that kid feels like the greater community cares about him or her. So I feel like fixing up, I would say, I know there's new constructions being built in, Russell and other areas, but there's actually more jobs created if you invest in existing structures. So if you take the vacant abandoned property that's probably serving as a crack den, and you fix it up, you spend less money on material, you spend more money on labor, it actually creates more jobs, and it takes away the eyesore and the place where the nefarious activities are happening. So I would say let's invest in the structures that are often 100 years old and contribute to the cultural fabric first. The empty lots we can mow, we can keep clean, and then when we've taken care of all the existing structures, then let's start building new. That would just be a personal thing. And then I think connectivity is a big element, like how do you connect the communities? And so I would say the food court, love the food court. Where's the talk about the Jefferson Street streetcar? Because really, if you had a streetcar put in between food court and Wenzel, it's about an $80 million investment. I have an intern doing an economic impact, but I'm pretty sure the property values increase leading to the property tax increase for the city of Louisville would more than justify a bond that the private sector would buy. And then you're going to have much more, traffic back and forth. Because right now, there's folks west tonight that don't want to go east tonight, and vice versa. So I think connectivity is a really important element as well.
So, Tom, let me just make a couple points to the question on private sector investment. First point, the $11 million of investment in Old Walton Street development, I just want to really emphasize the point. About 80% of it is private sector. Has some great support from government, but most of it is private sector. And also, when Tim talks about the choice neighborhood, we're all a part of choice neighborhood. we're going to attract $30 million worth of investment from U.S. HUD. Tim?
We hope.
We're going to. We're going to. Let's claim that.
Right.
Let's claim that. We're going to do that. But the key to it is that for every one federal dollar that gets invested in Russell, we need 4 non-federal dollars to be leveraged. Now, where's that money come from? It has to come from mostly the private sector. And it is happening. I do want to take a minute to give a shout out to a gentleman who's in the audience, J.W. Stokes with J.W. Financial, who is an economic development guy to be reckoned with in terms of what he's mobilizing and organizing, most of which represents private investment that he's bringing to our community. And I'll let him talk about the specifics of it. But we just need to, as a community, own the idea that it's going to take the private sector to make this neighborhood transformation work. And the best that government can do is be a seed to support this effort and to lead it and be a champion for it. So the mayor and the housing authority are providing that leadership that we all need. But it is going to take the private sector to make it work. And the good news is it is happening.
It is happening.
Let me chime in also. So you asked about Vision Russell, the choice neighborhoods. And one of the things that we're doing also is the existing businesses within the community. We're doing a business survey to gauge, who's there, number one, and what does it take to help them grow. And then one of the things that's most important to us, and certainly to our department, is making sure that we're hiring West Louisvillians. We have a lot of businesses in West Louisville that don't necessarily employ West Louisvillians. So what's that gap? What's the skills gap that needs to be filled that they might indeed hire these West Louisvillians? So we're looking at that through the choice process. And then also through a number of community conversations we've had, identifying those businesses, those neighborhood serving businesses that are needed. Dry cleaners or grocery or things like that. And so we're working with those individuals and then trying to find existing, what I'll refer to as indigenous Louisville businesses that might look to open up a second or third location in West Louisville. So we're active through the business survey, and then we're also actively listening to what the residents are saying through these various community conversations we've had to this point, and we have others still scheduled to come about. So if you're a Russell resident or just want to weigh in, then we certainly invite you to keep your eyes and ears open on the next community conversation and come and let your voice be heard.
Great, and that's actually a great segue. There's a couple of questions here that I'll try to kind of pair together along that vein. To the whole panel, Scott, you mentioned this a little bit, and the idea of benefit, right? You don't always know what a benefit is until you ask, right? So, and how do you listen to the community as you seek to invest? And what are some of those ways that you're identifying how you listen? And then also with this diversity of, the question of who speaks for West Louisville is one that's here. How do you sort through it and listen to the broad spectrum of the community as you seek to invest and create a higher quality of life?
Well, that's the beauty of choice. We've been given more time than we did with 06 to have community conversations. We've got close to 600 people that have been actively engaged up to this point, more to follow. We have several task forces. We have meetings with great regularity, different times of the day and night, different locations to encourage participation, because in the end, it all begins and ends with the Russell residents. They're the ones that have to grab the string and tell us what they want. And that's precisely what the Obama administration wants to see in the application.
But Tom, to that point, that who speaks for West Louisville, I think from my chair, and it's an easy question to answer, every single resident speaks for West Louisville. And for me, as a Metro employee, I have to listen to all of the voices, not just certain groups or certain personalities, if you will, but every single resident of West Louisville has a voice. And as a Metro employee, it's my job and honor to really listen to all of those voices to make an informed decision on my part of what really happens. Some voices sometimes are louder than others, but they're no more relevant than all of the other collective voices in West Louisville.
There's another question here. So this idea of investment, right? I would say we would probably want investment from wherever somebody's willing to invest, right? But so there's the idea of outside investment and also investing within your own community. How do you all work towards kind of ensuring it and raising up? Drawing an outside investment, yes, but really raising up the community to invest within their own community and being empowered really to be able to do that.
That's a great question, and I'll just jump in. I think for me as an economic development professional in our department, it's very important that we work with the community. You know, earlier in another panel discussion, Mary Ellen Weederwald talked about, you know, the difference between business attraction and expansion. It was easier to expand an existing business than to incent somebody to come in. And so it is with neighborhood development. I mean, I'd rather work with some of those vacant and abandoned properties with someone in the neighborhood that says, you know, I'd like to start a grocery in my neighborhood. You know, Mr. Love, what do we need to do? What resources are available at the local level? Or we want to start a grocery. Working with those men and women within our community to build our community is important. The unfortunate thing about it is that doesn't happen often enough. And so we've got many programs around town through the Small Business Development Center, SCORE, our department, to provide the training and resources to make that happen. I just hope that we find individuals within our community that are willing and ready to take a risk to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's about being the catalyst. So, you know, if you look at Nulu, so I raised $13 million private money, and luckily $5 million of that was a loan that we got 1 month before the crash. So timing, you know, Nulu came 1 month from not happening. And that $13 million we've counted up with Louisville Downtown Partnership has led to $100 million of other dollars coming into the neighborhood. So part of it is, you know, and people, when we were investing in the green building, people were like, you guys must be out of your mind. Why would you invest, you know, why don't you build a nice green building, you know, somewhere else? So I think part of it is showing some leadership, taking some risk, being a catalyst, and that gives other people, you know, a lot of people don't have risk tolerance, and so they're going to wait to see, you know, there's a lot of waiters in the world, and they're going to wait to see, and then they see, oh, something good's happening. So I feel like, you know, in the Portland neighborhood, working with the Portland Neighborhood Association, Portland Now, meeting with a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of people I think who are just nervous, like, why should I invest in my property when the valuation's not going to increase? I'm not going to be able to, you know, if I fix my roof for 10 grand, and if I do a new facade for 10 grand, the value's not going to go from 28 to 48. So I'm not going to be able to get the money back, and therefore it's like, why would I do that? But we've already noticed as we're going block by block buying the kind of worst, you know, bombed out house per block, the neighbors, the people in the blocks, there's just more activity, there's businesses starting to open, people are starting to paint, people are starting to take care of their yard better. So I think there's also just a general kind of leadership at play and catalytic leadership here.
And on that idea, so Kevin, one thing I wanted to ask you about is, so I love the mission statement of LCCC, and a couple of key words that kind of stick out to me in there are self-reliance, competence, confidence. So talk a little bit about how that influences LCC's work and how that has evolved over time.
Well, it is the mission statement that's been with us for at least a few decades, and the key words in it are self-reliance. And I think Haven Harrington, I heard him speak on the previous panel that, you know, this change that we advocate for has to be done from within the community. And so having that confidence to lead and to be self-reliant is really this character trait that we embody, and we encourage everybody to embody on behalf of West Louisville, because it does have to be done from within the community. And the community is engaged. I think Tim and Scott summarized it well. The community is engaged, the opportunities are being presented, the dialogue is being had in terms of, you know, what the opportunities are and how to connect to them. So there's an open invitation for those people who want to talk about economic opportunity, job creation, business creation. Those things are being there, but that is a character trait that means that you have to step up and step in to the opportunities as they emerge and leverage those opportunities. And institutions are doing it. We see many institutions that are at the table with Choice Neighborhood, you know, and we can name them off. We've seen the great work China Roberts has led with the Chef Space. James Ella Ferguson, representing her church, is leading an economic change agenda. So there's a lot of spin-offs of what's happening here. That's because individuals within the community are seeing the opportunities, see the need, they step into it, and they leverage the opportunity for change. Now, all of that being done, we still must attract investment from outside the community, mainly because the economic condition that we're attempting to affect is a depressed economy. So when you look at the average household income in West Louisville, being about a third of the eastern part of the county, until we address that issue, until we can get household income up in West Louisville, we're always going to be out of balance when it comes to the economic affairs of our community. So we must continue to advocate more investment. We must lift up the idea of economic diversity, even within the neighborhood residency. So as new housing is developed, we want to attract individuals who are middle and higher income, because we need to celebrate diversity and the economic benefits that it brings to a community. So somebody talked about perception and all the fears that come when you think about west of 9th Street, but the only way to really address that is to really change the fabric of that community, and it takes everybody to do that.
And the good thing about Russell is there's already existing assets, and that's what people tend to forget, particularly people that don't venture past 9th Street. You know, you've got certainly LCCC, the African American Heritage Center, you've got Hampton Place that's been there for 25 years. It looks as good today as it did the day it opened. You got what Janetta's doing. There's a whole bunch of really good stuff going on, which I don't think, unless you live in Russell or work in government, people in this community have no earthly idea what's going on past 9th Street. We got to figure out how to fix that 9th Street.
So let me ask, there's a handful of questions we won't be able to get to based on time, but I'm definitely going to make sure who that's appropriate to, I'm going to still make sure that it gets into their hand, and so it's being considered. I want to ask two final questions though, and there's this one here, kind of a couple questions that look at, you know, housing being a lead-in. You know, when you look at choice, it is broad, but it's primarily focused, especially with the housing authority, towards housing. But this idea, what is the lead in terms of, should we be focused on housing development? You know, Gina mentioned it with vacant abandoned properties, or do we lead with business development and the opportunities there, or the cultural district? What is kind of that lead, whether it's housing development or business development, or the balance that's in there? And I'll leave that open to the panel.
Well, I don't know if there's a lead. I think they're all of equal importance. And again, it goes back to the origins of choice, the nature of choice, and that is, it recognizes that it's more than just housing. And housing's important, no question about it. But I think the other pillars and other initiatives that we're working on in choice are equal important.
And I would ditto that. I think it takes housing, I think it takes economic development, business creation, it takes cultural attractions. And speaking specifically about Russell as a gateway neighborhood to West Louisville that is located immediately adjacent to a thriving business district, the idea is that we have to create destinations for people who visit this community. We have a huge tourism market here. And when people visit this community, they need to have destinations to go west. So they have to create the businesses, have the whole idea of a cultural arts district and activities that push people westward. Guess what? When people go west, they take money with them, they do business. So if we're going to create that energy in West Louisville, we have to create the destinations. You know, we do have some of them happening. The African American Heritage Center, the various events that happen there. Sweet Peaches as a nice place. We're developing a restaurant in our center as well. So we need those series of destinations, these economic nodes, where people will have a reason to go into West Louisville when they visit.
So and part of it's controlling the media, having positive stories. You know, in the Portland neighborhood, like every month, we were like, every month we're going to have a positive story coming out of Portland. And even if there's 2 positive things that happen in 1 month, you know, I would work with one of the groups to say, you know what, don't announce your thing yet. Let's wait 1 month, because every month we want to have a good story. And, you know, the Portland neighborhood website until a month ago was not findable by any search engine optimization, you know. And now we just launched a lovely website, and, you know, now we have 2 restaurants and 2 galleries, and you know, there's, because a lot of people can't, a lot of people say, I want to invest in West Louisville, but I don't have any money to like invest. But I will go eat, shop, do something. So the cultural attractions, Kevin, is exactly, like create reasons for people to break down that wall.
So on that idea, so in our last minute here, if there was one thing, whether it's a policy or a future step or a future need, what would you say that one thing would be needed to drive investment, ultimately investment that is empowering the community and with the community?
Blow up 9th Street. Blow it up. We're all over it.
And after that's done, I think synergy is an important concept. Synergy and common cause, coming from multiple avenues is really important. If we're going to turn every one federal dollar to 4 non-federal dollars, that means we need to come together and be looking at the same thing the same way, moving down the stream together. So I think we really need to take on the big opportunity of transforming a gateway neighborhood and then seeing what that can do for the greater benefit of West Louisville.
Yeah, I would say the one thing is just realizing that we are all one community, and we are all, it's all Louisville. This is where you live, north, south, east, west. We're all together. We're only as strong as our most challenged link. And for me, it's not acceptable that there's 8,600 vacant abandoned properties when we have such a need for housing. Not acceptable that we don't have an affordable housing trust fund financed. And affordable housing is not Section 8. So there's also just ways to think about, okay, the private sector can build affordable housing, so it's not continuing a reliance on federal and tax credits. Tax credits are great, but we also have to get out of that using just little kind of cushions for the ways we invest our private and public dollars. So.
I'll just finish by saying transformation takes heavy lifting. How do you lift something heavy? We all have to lift together. So I mean, if you're not lifting, if your organization's not lifting, if you're not taking risk in your business to expand your business, to do that heavy lifting, then actually you're not a benefit, but you're a hindrance to what's going on for West Louisville. So transformation takes heavy lifting. We all have to roll up our sleeves and just dig in. So be prepared for the challenge, be prepared for the fight. And a lot of times that heavy lifting, you're going to be lifting next to somebody that you might not also necessarily always agree with, but sometimes it takes that I just have to swallow my pride and work with these individuals for the greater good. And I don't know if we're seeing enough of that in West Louisville. So I just encourage us for transformation, for heavy lifting, roll up your sleeves and let's all lift together.
Well, thank you all very much. I don't want to steal any more time from lunch or from the mayor. So thank you.
Thank you for participating in this segment, and we're now going to transition downstairs. Well, we have a free lunch for you, and at 12:15, 12:20, Senator Neal is going to have a conversation with Mayor Fisher. Again, transition downstairs, and I'll see you there. Thank you.
Thomas?
Excuse me, sir. All right, we have a young lady that wants to see you. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like the time when he's coming, he's right there.
I said, they're not on the board. They have a lifetime guarantee. Most people should say
More than one occasion.
That won't be up. Okay, so that's how it's getting my design is on the computer. It's on
So that's some of that. Yesterday, What I understand,
I want you to
case
know
over which
that
Jeff did is
residents coming out of shepherding are particularly shepherding, they tell residents
I appreciate you, Marsha. I love you all. There's a complaint running for section. This is some of my I need some time, and I also need some. And, John
we're trying to get people for whatever, right or wrong.
No, but I would
We
say
have
because I can't do anything with it by myself. All I can barely get out there in the garden, okay? My children are full one side and my work is I need a grown man. I need a grown I want a greenhouse. I have already, I have the garden that is out on 20.
Well, he's not, and I have
the rest.
I could go back and find
And I have an African church. But I used to start in
I don't think they were. So, we have let's just talk about Pat Jeff. We have a bigger issue. Not being business friendly. And so, I need to deal with that there.
Yes, let's go.
I need to all help with that.
Robert, thanks for sharing. I mean, I appreciate you coming up and saying that.
I think it would be best design cake. It would also be the three of them sat down together.
Thank you. That's all I want to make sure this guy thanks for following up.
He's not working. I've heard. But it's not based on any rules. And it's also, he also seems to have no regard for what it has done to his business, regardless of when Johnny come over to the project. So, and he has been, and that's what I'm going to take over the vote, is that he has been completely.
Well, maybe the
it would be a matter of. So, how do you all, how quickly could you all meet and discuss a general business-friendly environment?
Well, I called her this morning.
Okay.
And asked her to see if she'd be available.
I'm on the stand for everything. Thank you, Pastor.
Take care, Barbara Gone. Take care. Take care, Barbara.
He's not doing a PowerPoint, it's just an armchair conversation, but it'll start for
I'll go back after that.
If you can, catch up with her today, and let me know. I've let Doug know that he and I are going to talk, and he knows why.
Good.
Yeah, you guys definitely should meet upstairs later.
Yeah.
Because I think he would assume he would have to Pat, but you can go yell at Pat.
Right. Yeah, I think everybody's going downstairs. And I don't know why that is.
All I hear about Scramble, and they were already fiscal.
You talked about
related delay.
I know you talked about it last week. I heard it Bruce said.
So we've got to find a better process and better, all right. Thank you, Tim. Nice job as always. All right, let's move on.
Mary Ellen, can I ask you?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Okay.
Thank you. So, just let me know.
Actually, yeah, he is. But you
I'm good.
I drug him down here,
It was too so. Yeah, people keep telling me it's better story. I'm running in a house and saving 3 kids from puppies.
ask for, this is one of the meetings we have. My house is right.
Oh, yeah. Well, so the only thing, and I love it, and that's why I just wanted to, I'm not sure it's good how it's better resolved.
You know, I don't want to say I have 4 daughters, and they moved out, they have friends that moved out, they can't get back.
I can't quite figure out
because
there's more
you've
right.
got, there's a shortage of housing.
Figure the noise and then, oh, I had a fall. I was running.
Period.
Oh, I'm already in there. I mean, I'm a damn tortoise. I actually ran fast. I've broken something.
Everybody's not buying. So you talk about home ownership. Then why can't people?
Let's just make it the 3 of us and
find housing? Because why would they be turned down? I can't get in those houses.
And that's what I can't understand. I've got a cognitive dissonance about this whole conversation.
That's right.
It's all very strange to me.
That's what we talk. There, I bought my house. I got a land contract.
Same thing as this situation.
That I was able to get in, and I've been in my house for 22 years. I'm going down there too. I will call you because I'm retired. I can reach out to the church.
You said you made an email. Sure. Just said, can I get 30 minutes?
You know what? I can, you know, I don't know if your church is like other churches, but
Thank you.
I could probably get the church in Charles and I know you call them back.
You saw the
And
note.
I can get you to them because the church secretary is not, the church secretary is not letting people get through to the pastors.
They'll give me the message, but I don't want to talk to everybody. I would talk to you. I know you.
So,
And I know what we're
I
going to talk
think
about.
that I would be fine for you to pick up the phone call. Send me an email. You got to see, don't send that email, just send an email, copy me. Say, Mary Ellen says we need to get to know each other, I think I can help you. I got nothing more complicated than that. Here's my number, call me. I was very proud of him, and in the 24 hours in between his rant and his next email, he could call John Clerk and have a reasonable conversation. Because Joe has always been one of the more reasonable people in the neighborhood. He immediately recommends we can let the noise come inside most of the time and work towards a solution. But the fact that he was unfamiliar with ABCB and that, and the very strong language of the email was all very surprising to me. I knew about the MSD conversation, so MSD had been over to see in the last couple of weeks. Now, Joe showed me plans for their base. It's not. Understood. Oh, there's another one. It's not that one. The other one is right behind his property where there's a current treatment plant. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it is definitely above grade. The question is how much, and the answer to the why is a topography and water table issue. And so the reason I know all this is because of the recent conversation in Town, which is not news to me, as you might imagine. It's new to several people, but wasn't new to me.
A quick aside on that, we had hot water couple times for dust issues on our records. They've been good about it, but I just want you to know.
Very good. You just keep being
They
very
said all.
regulated. So, it's always been good regulated. That's the truth, I'll let you know. So, they had, evidently thought it was a good meeting, and I wouldn't say that it wasn't. He had very good questions, and they had answers. But I think after the additional round of public communications related to smoke time, it probably gave him reason to want to ask some more questions. So I think it's really Ellen and MSD's place to have that conversation. But I'd like for you to go ahead and reach out to him this afternoon and say, let's get to know each other. Let me tell you what I do and how I can help. And also, when y'all meet, he's lovely. I love this guy. And he's one of our great success stories. He's in our little forward video. If you go on our website and you look at our attraction video, he's one of the speakers in the video, talking about how much he loves Louisville. He calls Butchertown Brooklyn. He says it's Louisville's Brooklyn. So he and Andy Gleason are in the same headspace. You know, the properties right next to each other and everything. And you know, I think also to educate him on how complicated it is to regulate odor.
How much do you want to stay up hearing outside of that? So, one of these things where they get passed.
He needs to know they don't have a pass.
There's no readers out there that's on now, it's not like hearing. Some, they'll settle, and my conversation with him, some of it not the issue. So if it comes some, they'll pay.
Right, and payment doesn't really help you all. You want the odor to go away.
But this is where you can,
Okay?
because here's the hearing, everything you can put on, every control we can think of, and it's still going to be some. So whatever we come up with, we've got a basic community.
Have that
This
conversation.
is all the things we're doing, this is all we know to do at this point, we will stay on top of it, but there still will be days where we can overswitch.
And just like there are days when Lady Williamson smells, and there are days when Tasman smells, and I think with Joe, you usually pretty straightforward. I wouldn't say anything that you would be afraid to see in an affidavit later, but I'd be pretty straightforward, because Joe's a pretty straightforward guy. What concerned me most about his emails was this feeling that local Metro hasn't paid any attention to Butchertown. And that just, I mean, I ached when I saw that. You know, when he had drainage issues, I had Greg Heitzman out there the same afternoon looking at what he called Lake Copper and Kings and the water there. You know, he may not know how much it works in truck routes. You know, we got, Pat Johnson to work with Swift's attorney to institute the new truck routes while the Bridges project is going on. All the things that we've talked about, all the hours on all of that. So I need you to go educate the man. And you'll really like him. He makes drinkable brandy. Guess we should go downstairs. I'm hopeful as well. I mean, right, but your point is extremely well taken, is that there's not a 100% solution to this. And the mayor's not going to go tell anybody to do anything that's going to create a 100% solution.
It's not doable, but I don't think 90% of folks want that. They just want it to be better.
Well, and I loved it, like I said, that he called John Cliff and that he had a conversation and he said directly, I'm not trying to run them out. Well, thank God. And see, that's where Joe and Randy and all of them got to.
I like the style of the.
You doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
chance to beat it up yet. Keep servicing this. Did you get enough to eat?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good.
It beats nothing.
I'll tell you that. I was getting pretty hungry too. Hard work will make you hungry, but sitting around will too for some reason.
Yeah, the body wants to do something.
That's right.
I hate to be a creature of habit, but since I feel like some people have already staked out their places, I'm offended. Yeah, you better get in their place. Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna hurt anybody's feelings.
You don't know some of these people.
That's true.
Where's everybody? It's supposed to start at 1:15, right? Yeah, they got socialized first. I'm just one of those guys, I'm kind of that way, I'm punctual. It's my pet peeve, I gotta be on time. Oh, it's 1:30.
Sir?
Yes. Thinking you've changed since we met in reference to positions.
Okay.
Because when we first weren't you?
I was at BB&T.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
And BB&T, Bank of Louisville, 13, 14 years.
Okay.
And I've been with the city now 7.
Then what was that? Okay, yeah. So I've been at Atlanta 2 years, so that you like first or second year I was there.
Yeah. I remember that.
Okay.
How things been going?
Things were fine. Good. I'm just trying to got everything that I needed to get together at design.
Would you like a microphone for when you speak, or?
I'm okay with that one, I think.
Okay.
So it's been, I'll just speak loudly.
Okay.
Really focusing on design and design.
So these are just recorders here, they're not microphones?
Those are microphones.
Oh, okay.
They're very sensitive as well, so they'll pick up from quite a distance.
Where they want us to sit.
So I'll be reaching out to you.
Have you been to I think you went to the 1 or 2 choice meetings.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Who are you filming for?
The college. For Senator Neal, actually. He likes it to be streamed to YouTube.
Is he like a teacher as well?
I don't think so. I know he just does a lot of events.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering, because I had one of his classes over at U of L.
Oh, yeah.
I just know like a lot of professors work 3 or 4 different colleges.
I can't say that he's never taught over here, but I know that he likes us to stream for
Change in the White House, probably as mayors of you to attend the meeting, we'll probably know something about our application by UZ. So there's no need to get that money earmarked and allocated before the new president comes in. We just had a big coordinated committee meeting yesterday, so all the committees and consultants were there, and they're already running the meeting. I think we're ready, I think we're going to put out myself and
I don't run that
DC last week for a conference for all the cities that are planning stages like us.
That's not
And then we sent
that we want.
everybody was talking about it's going to move up real quick, and because of that, in comparison to the other plans,
We just gotta stay on
that we talked to, it's all dynamic is good, but I think it's still we had that meeting that it wasn't a public meeting, and this is just for the coordinating committee, it's about. So the meeting that you came to, the task force of San Marcos and our co-chair, so we have to still with those meetings, and as we get closer, we're looking at these further, more collaborative. So our next couple of years, we're joint and joint. That next one, the dates are scheduled right now, but I will forward the meeting. Okay. Because you're on email. And our next big meeting that I think you and the folks should be at is going to be April 16th. It's a Saturday. We're talking about a community conversation about finance, which is a big part of the application. So please be there for that.
How you doing, Howard?
Check.
How are you? Good. I want to tell you I saw that video that they had about your PET champion. That was fantastic. I enjoyed it. I was like, I recognize those folks in that work. So it was great. Congratulations on that.
Kind of embarrassing, especially I didn't know anybody yet. You never see yourself as good as the way everybody else. I hated my voice. I thought I looked spastic, so.
I didn't hear that. And I see the resolution a little bit and share it out.
Now let me say congratulations. How far along are you? I always hear that's the worst time. Like I spend all the time. Oh, so you already know.
Okay. So I'll get, all your money Yes.
Downstairs.
Any board. Thanks for giving me heads
I'll be the first person to write my way. Well, I almost found it.
I'm not sure if I have cards in my suit every time I go.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we're in our fifth segment, and this segment is actually dealing with the Filling the Gap Advanced Manufacturing and Technical Center. And we have Ms. Carla Deering. She is the moderator of this committee, and we also have Dr. Ty Handy, Mr. Paul Reich, and
Cindy Reed.
and Ms. Cindy Reed. They are going to be discussing our level of expertise as it relates to the subject matter. So, Ms. Deering?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can everyone hear? Good, great. Well, thank you. One of the things we were asked to do today is to describe this initiative and say a few words about it each, but then to really focus on Q&A. And so that, just to give you a sense of what to expect, we're going to keep our comments short, and then we will take questions and talk about whatever you want to talk about. So looking forward to it. I'm going to start first introducing myself and just giving you a brief overview of what this project is, just very, very quickly. And then ask each of my colleagues here to talk about their perspective on it, and that should give us a good introduction for the Q&A. So once again, my name is Carla Deering, and I am here as a longtime board member, foundation board member, and currently the chair of the Campus Transformation Committee of the College Board of Directors for Jefferson. And, you know, long time investment in this institution, big fan, very, very passionate about its role in the community, both what it does do and what it can do in the future. And so that's the passion that I bring. I run a local marketing company called IMC. It's digital marketing and products and services in the digital arena. And I am also right here in this neighborhood, my company is. So lots and lots of reasons to be engaged. The project that we're talking about today is called the Advanced Manufacturing and IT Center, which is a building that we envision building right here around the corner on First and Jacob, which is an area that, you know, it's just an exciting idea to have a shiny new technology building in that area. It's the corridor between us and Spalding and U of L. It's the corridor that is visible from the highway coming in from the airport. It's an exciting place to get some fresh new, a fresh new shiny building. But more importantly, it's a place where the college can support training for significant advancements, manufacturing and IT jobs. And where this all came from, I'm assuming that we've been talking about this all day, but there is a crisis in the region. Our manufacturing growth is 4 times the rate of the national average. And here in Louisville, 2 times the rate of the rest of Kentucky. And that has created the very happy problem, but very serious problem of somewhere from 3,000 to 7,000 middle skill jobs that are available to be filled. And on the other hand, as we all know, that there is a real need, especially in neighborhoods that we're talking about today, for opportunities for students. Not only young students, but also returning students and retraining students. And to bring this back to my passion, the community college is the perfect institution to bring companies together with these individuals. And so this might be a building, but really it's a strategy, it's an initiative which we want to unfold for everyone today, that is about making it really possible to bridge, as we say, filling the gap or bridging the gap between these jobs that are so much at crisis proportions for local advanced manufacturers and even IT providers and students who need these jobs and families who need a living wage. So we are in the legislature right now, talking to the General Assembly, attempting to raise the lion's share of the funds for this building. Let me just pause there. There's lots more to tell, but I'd like to turn it over to Ty Handy, who's president of the college here. And Ty, wondering if you could please talk to us about your overall vision, as well as the key elements of your vision that would relate to filling the gap.
Sure. First of all, I became president in January, and probably one of the most pleasant things that I found on my plate, and not everything was pleasant, of course, when you're changing jobs, but immediately was the investment of time and energy that the board and local employers are making in trying to solve this problem. And so what's happened is, when she says thousands of jobs, she's not exaggerating at all. And these are positions whose starting salaries for a 2 years of training generally start in the low 40s. And these are good jobs at good, secure facilities who offer tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement. And so when, and I think the data that we have shows that 22% growth in manufacturing positions since the bottom of the recession. We've tapped out the skilled workforce in this area, and either we import them from somewhere else, we grow them ourselves, or we send the new businesses, the new product lines, and the opportunities for economic development to other communities that are producing those people. And so I guess one of the best things about coming here when I did was I didn't have to step out and start pushing for something that Jefferson needs. In fact, at every legislative briefing and everything I've been at, I've been the person in the back of the room listening to the employers talk about how critical this need is. And so just today, Mr. Couch presented data that showed the mobility of the workforce from West Louisville and how many people are actually working in West Louisville, how many people are leaving West Louisville, and how many people are coming into West Louisville for their daily jobs. Well, we've got that same problem writ large across the entire manufacturing sector throughout Jefferson County. So for the college to play the key role in helping to bridge the gap between the pipeline of students that we need to produce for these positions and to meet the employer needs, not just to meet existing demands, but to anticipate future demands for the workforce, we think we're the strategically right positioned organization to do that. But it doesn't come without investment. And so this center, first of all, these jobs oftentimes suffer from a historical reputation of what manufacturing was like 40 or 50 years ago. And so you have parents and grandparents and other role models who don't understand the way these fields have transitioned over the last few decades. They don't understand the quality of the experience. This isn't truly, it's not back-breaking sort of labor. It's high-tech, high-touch labor that's very rewarding for the people who enter it. And so we need to show students early on the types of career opportunities that these fields have right here in their own backyard. So this facility would help do that from a standpoint of generating the pipeline. Secondly, we need a location that brings everybody together. It's convenient for the students and the employers to come together to solve this problem. And we think something along the I-65 corridor that's very visible, right there, easy off, easy on, that sort of thing, is the right location for this facility. And then finally, we have to scale up. These are not programs that the college does not already offer, although there may be some new ones. But the phrase I'm hearing a lot, and I think it's probably accurate, is that if we're graduating 20 students in this program, we need to add a 0 to that. We don't need to double it. We don't need to triple it. We need to be graduating 200 students. I think in the advanced manufacturing area alone, we can count about 2,500 positions that are available today. In IT, advanced IT fields, the same number. And so the demand is there, and we hope to be part of the solution. And we do think the college is located at the crossroads of the student pipeline and the employer need.
Thank you, Dr. Handy. Next, I'd like to introduce Cindy Reed, who's Deputy Director at Kentuckiana Works. And she is at the apex, I guess, of a lot of manufacturers that have these issues. And this is where they're convening to talk about these issues. And so, Cindy, if you could talk a little bit about what you're seeing in general on this problem.
Okay, great. I am Deputy Director, as Carla said, at Kentuckiana Works, and we are the Regional Workforce Development Board for Louisville and 6 surrounding counties. And how we got into this, I think as workforce boards, we run the career centers. And so we've always been very focused on job seekers. And that's kind of our core strength. But in the last few years, we have really wanted to also focus more on employer needs. And part of the strategy for doing that is we have looked at taking some of our career centers, partnering with an employer group, and then making that a focus on that one sector. The first one we did was the Kentucky Manufacturing Career Center. And we have about 200 employers now that have been involved in some form or fashion. We've placed about 750 people. We meet every month, and Paul, who you're going to meet in a minute, is one of the folks that joins us there. And early on, when we decided to focus on manufacturing, we did get a little bit of pushback and question by some of our friends and partners out in the community. Why are you doing something in manufacturing? That's dying. Isn't that dying? And the data that we just showed that we were starting to see, I mean, first of all, the minute that Ford decided to reinvest here was a game changer, and then followed shortly by GE bringing back their manufacturing here. That was all out offshore. Now they brought it back. And so that creates a chain reaction. Every supplier to Ford and every supplier to GE has more work. We were at our board meeting yesterday. The representative from Ford talked about a figure that is going around that is apparently true because she said it too, that they're planning to hire 2,000 people in the next few years. And, you know, a lot of times, where do they go to get those folks? They go to their suppliers. So then the suppliers now have a need. And the suppliers, our employers, this is what they talk about almost every month. You know, where are we going to get the workforce? Where are we going to get folks? We've been partnering with JCTC since 2013 to offer an entry-level credential. And then the idea is we want people to go on these. There can be a career, you know, you don't have to just start at an entry-level production job at $10 an hour, $13 an hour. Start there, stay, and there are lots of opportunities. A lot of the companies pay for increased education. And so we have sent people to JCTC to further their career. They need more. They need more offerings, and that's what this is going to do. And then just one other editorial comment I'm going to make before I turn it over is, I, for 11 years, was on the Board of Regents for the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. That's the system that covers the state. We went all over the state, and I saw so many glittering, lovely facilities in other communities. And at that time, we were the system board, and I had been told by Governor Patton at the time, all of us were, if I ever hear you advocating for your college, you're off the board. So I was always a good girl, and oh gosh, why do they have this? And Northern Kentucky has this great advanced manufacturing center. And I'm not on that board anymore, and so I'm sitting here with my partners, and we need this, people, we need it. And we have 70,000 people in our region working in manufacturing. We're the biggest market for manufacturing employment in the state. So other communities have these centers, we really need it. And so that's my soapbox on it.
Okay. Too bad there's no passion up here, right? Paul, Resh, you would introduce yourself and talk about your involvement in this issue.
Yeah, my name is Paul Resh, and I'm employed with a company located here in Louisville, Kentucky called Dant Clayton. And it's reflective a little bit of what the mayor was talking about at the last session, is that this is a locally owned, started business, father and son, 40 years ago. And we're located in 7th and Algonquin, right there, if someone would be familiar with it, the old Lowell Ladder facility. And that's one of our campuses. Then you go behind Bernheim, there's that Thornton's gas station, you go back, go down Bernheim, cross over that really bumpy railroad track. Well, we got the rest of our campus back in that area. But what we do is manufacture outdoor stadium seating. I don't know how many people knew that we do that here, but we do facilities like the Louisville baseball facility, Trinity High School, San Xavier, Tulane University, those outdoor stadium seatings. So great little company here in Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, we employ about 140 people. And something came up in a conversation, actually I was sitting with GLI the other day, and they talked about, the biggest opportunity in growth is probably not as much bringing in new manufacturing job companies to do manufacturing here, is growing the base of the existing manufacturing. I mean, that's part of it. And that's something we did. Back in November, we acquired a company out of Indianapolis. It's a railing company. Now, it's not exactly what we do as the outdoor stadium seating, but it does complement or support our core business model. And so what that did, it created an opportunity for us to move that company from Indianapolis and bring it down to our campus, which is going to generate 65 to 70 new positions. So that's a great, great opportunity. I think that the caller said earlier, it's a good thing, but it's a painful thing, because now, when the rubber hits the road, how do we go about, finding the resources, finding the support to take and do these jobs? And that's where we got involved in it. And Kentucky and Works is that something, and kind of step back a little bit, I wasn't basically in the HR part of the business. It was one of us, Paul, we need some help because we've got such a great need and we want to move this down here. I learned at a very hands-on state about how serious this opportunity or this situation we are in right now. Because I'm now going out trying to fill these positions. So in the last 3.5 months, we have taken, with collaboration with Kentucky Works, we have hired through the CPT program they have. We hired 12, and we have 9 right now, but out of 27 we've hired, 9 of them come through CPT program. So that's a real positive, and had we not had that exposure, had that connection, that would not have happened. And there's some good quality individuals that we came and hired through the system. And they're not just, and I think Ty mentioned it, this is not your grandfather's job anymore. Dirty, dark, dangerous, and dingy. I mean, it's not. Now it's more of a higher tech, water jet, plasma cutting machines, CNC machines, and that takes time to take and understand programming and managing getting cell in the operation. So it's not like what we used to be. We have a new means of how we manufacturing our products. I mean, 40 years ago, they did the manufacturing of the stadium seatings like this, and we have actually changed that model up to today to accommodate the new equipment coming in. So that's what we're looking at, and that's what's taking place with what we have as a company. I've heard the mayor refer to getting in the game. I think he mentioned that the last session. Well, it's fine to get in the game, but what role, what position you play is just as important. We all can't be quarterbacks. We've got to be able to block, tackle, pass the ball, whatever you want to take and use. But as a company, Dan Clayton, is 140 people. I'm gonna say, I'm not representing all these small companies, but we're gonna be reflective of other small companies out there looking for opportunities to hire, not just a job, but for something that's gonna be a career for an individual. I mean, starting out at $13, $14 an hour and working up is a great opportunity for somebody to start a career. And what we need to do, instead of trying to compete, it's very tough, against GE, Ford, UPS, we ought to be collaborating as companies. We ought to be collaborating and taking and finding ways to where we can be mentors, okay, in our community and figuring out how we can take and support this initiative that we've got in front of us right now. Because if we don't, I may get towards it in my career. If we don't, next 5 to 10 years, those type of jobs, those type of opportunities for our kids, our grandchildren, are not going to be here. So what do we do to take and position ourselves? We have to take and collaborate. We have to take, and I think there's been something else that the mayor talks about. Find some compassion. Be compassionate. And if you don't take and incorporate that in what you do as a business, shame on us, because the idea of going out there and competing is fine. But going out there and collaborating and coming together as companies and trying to take and work and figure out how we can take and support this, and as we have been doing in Frankfurt, is what we need to be doing. So that kind of gives you a perspective of what a 140 employee company is, where we're trying to grow our business.
I think that perspective is really valuable to all of us, to actually have a real life, real-time example of a company and what they're doing and what they're looking for. Just to give you a sense of the magnitude, though, of the opportunity, and I'm sure that this is what we really want. To his 12 CPT hires, GE has told us they need 250 CPT graduates next year. So, and that's GE, that's not even counting Ford, and et cetera. So it's real, and as a business person, it's exciting when there's an opportunity. Now, can we meet it? I'm going to take moderator's prerogative and ask the first question and then open it up. And my question is for you, Ty, Dr. Handy. We talk a little bit about the path from the pipeline to the company. Talk a little bit more about that, in particular, what needs to happen on the whole pathway for success.
So it certainly doesn't start at the collegiate level, and that's sort of one of the challenges I think that we face, is it's got to start, and it doesn't even start at the high school level. It starts probably in late elementary school, middle school years, where students are starting to do career exploration. And quite frankly, they're dealing with teachers who don't understand the jobs that are available locally. They understand the pure fields that they majored in as an undergraduate or what have you, and it's a rare person in those school settings who has a background in a technical field. And so we're having a very difficult time translating any of the STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and math, but probably most importantly, the technology piece, into the K through 12 environment in a way that students understand what the opportunities are. And so they're coming out of high school, I'll say it this way, what's the #1 major in the country? More people major in this discipline when they go to college than any other degree.
Business.
Not good guess?
Education.
Not education? Psychology. Psychology is the #1 most popular major in the country. 2 out of 3 graduates in psychology, their first full-time job is in what field? Retail sales. Nothing wrong with either one of those, but students need to go into the career and go into the degree program knowing what they're likely to end up doing. And we haven't done a good job at those early levels, I think, in educating the full spectrum of what's available for people. So it really starts there. And that's part of the reason You know, people tend to roll their eyes when they talk about a shiny new facility or something of that sort, but we've got to package these technology jobs in such a fashion to compete with the other things that students are thinking about, because they're just not getting the message for what's available. I would like to make one other comment as an aside to a company here that has 140 employees. I saw a graph yesterday. In Jefferson County alone, there are 540 manufacturing firms. This is one of the smaller ones, or mid-sized ones. I wouldn't say smaller, mid-sized firms, but 540. So this story can be told over and over and over again, and many of them are scrambling for people in these career fields.
Right. I mean, just to add a little data, average wage of food prep / retail is $19,000 a year to $26,000 a year. Middle skill jobs, $40,000 a year. So we're talking about making that difference here.
Well, it's the difference between what Mr. Crouch was saying earlier is a livable wage and not a livable wage. A family income that actually supports a family.
Thank you. Okay, let's open it up, please.
Okay, there's one thing that you were like mentioning about the like junior college here compared to say Gateway up at Northern. One of the differences that I've seen is that at Northern Kentucky University, any of the community colleges throughout Kentucky, if you take a course there, it automatically is the same thing at Northern. Where at U of L, in theory, yes. In practice, 80% of the time, no. Their registrar tends to try to wiggle out of counting various things when they transfer in. And I think that might be like an issue there, because someone could take like a lot of courses here, do well, try to go to U of L, and they're trying to get out of giving them exact credit for half of them. Trying to make like all these weird arguments, even though the policy says they're supposed to.
So the transfer issue, Dr. Haney?
So I'm very aware of that. I came from a state, Florida, where we have actually legislatively mandated a common course numbering system, so that if you take a course at the community college, it is the exact same number even as what's offered at the University of Florida or Florida State. And that has really helped for these seamless transfer opportunities. So I'm going to be talking about that with legislators and what I saw over the last 6 years, the value of that sort of thing. Now, having said that, I think the University of Louisville has come a long way towards changing what used to be a very historical, effort to not accept transfer credit to being a lot more receptive. We're about to, I would say, in the next 2 to 3 months, we're going to sign a new accreditation agreement, articulation agreement with U of L that's going to actually provide joint admission and some actual the students will be treated as U of L students when they're admitted to us, if they intend to transfer. And so from day one, they'll work with advisors to make sure the courses they're taking will transfer. 2 days ago, we signed an agreement with Western Kentucky University to do a very similar thing, and I expect by the end of April, Indiana University Southeast is going to do the same thing. I'll be honest, I'm using those two institutions as a chance to help U of L step up that articulation agreement. The time is, the workforce needs are so great, and the pool of college students is decreasing. You look at the demographic numbers and you can see the number of high school graduates are dropping. We're going to have to cooperate more. We're never going to hit the 55,000 degree initiative or the 15,000 African American degree initiative. We're not going to do that without really cooperating. One other piece of the puzzle there's a proposal out for free college tuition for high school graduates to be able to come to the 2-year college. It may or may not survive, but what's very obvious is the cost gap between going to a 2-year college versus going to a 4-year college, and the amount of debt that a student takes on is going to naturally make the community college a more viable choice over time. So universities are going to have to work with us because we're their pipeline. We are the single largest sender of students to the University of Louisville. No other school, high school, anywhere sends them more students than we do. So that relationship is important. And I think they get it. I don't want to throw them under the bus there. I think they understand that more and more.
Would you like a follow-up at all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like with with like my experience, I was actually once at JCC way back in the day and did try to go over to U of L, and I did run into that. In fact, I even ran into them not wanting to take credits from other schools in the same regional accreditation, even though it was in the book that they were supposed to take it as such. They would try to argue course by course not to take certain classes, to try to make you take more classes there. And that was one thing where I eventually went to Northern after that, because the cost effectiveness, it was like the goalpost was moving on. And that's one issue with the transfer thing that I've found. I've actually, I think even been to Western too at one point, so kind of.
And I do think it has gotten a lot better, but there's still things to be done. And I guess what I learned from my Florida experience is if you can't work through it cooperatively, pass a law. Okay? I mean, that's, you know, that's the next step. And just that threat alone helps to create that. But right now, I think it's a very cooperative spirit. And we're not hearing about nearly as many of those circumstances.
Good. Who else? Right there, please.
I have a question. Could that be like a collaboration with like the loan forgiveness programs that they have out? Because I've seen a lot of that going around. And I don't know really too much about it, but I know you gotta have certain criteria for the loan forgiveness. So could that be like a...
So most of the loan forgiveness programs are generally state-operated programs for fields that are state-related, usually in education, where they can't recruit teachers in certain fields, specific fields and things of that sort. I think it's a rare circumstance where, you know, you have individual employers. The medical field is very good about this, who might step up and offer loan forgiveness. But we have what's probably one of the most unique programs in the country. I don't know of it being replicated anywhere in the Metropolitan College program with what UPS does. And so right now, you don't have to worry about loans. You come to college and agree to work for UPS, and they will pay your tuition, part-time employment. You'll get some take-home money on top of your tuition, your books, and they provide bonuses for good performance. They've got 600 openings in that program right now. 600 people who are out there either not going to college or who are going to college and borrowing money are not taking advantage of this program. I can't believe it. There's about 1,100 students at U of L and 700 students here at Jefferson currently enrolled, and they've got room for 600 more. So we've got to, you know, no debt, come out of college and build your resume. I think Dan Clayton would be pretty pleased to see somebody with UPS experience on their resume in addition to their college degree. But people either aren't willing to do that or aren't really aware that it's out there. Our messaging isn't as effective as it needs to be.
Let me touch on that. I'll call this connecting the dots. Real simple. And I'll use this as a real example, and it just came about. FAMOSA is one of our hires from the CPT program. And we were doing, there was an interview done just recently, Carl, who ended up doing that interview, the WDRB. And when we were going through the facility, I stopped and where FAMOSA was working, I said, you know, here, FAMOSA was part of the CPT program, I asked some questions. And she says, well, how did you find out about CPT program? I don't believe I told you.
No, you haven't. Well, I can do this.
Yes. Well, again, connecting the dots. She says, well, I was 16 years in armed forces. She was in the Navy. She retired, got out of the Navy, came home here to Louisville to take care of her mother. Her mother passed away, so she's now going back in the workforce. So she had a job that she was doing some random work. It was just kind of filling in the blanks, but she went down to 6th and Cedar, and she was in line. She happened to look down, and there was a brochure on the ground that talked about the CBT program. She took that, made the phone call, she enrolled in classes. So, you know, what this JCTC initiative is going to do is we can't create demand because the demand's out there. We've got to create the awareness. In this building, in this facility, you know, being a part of this community is going to take and can help us connect the dots and reach out to the individuals who want to take and make a difference. I mean, to be quite honest with you, I was taking and trying to go to the CPT program because these individuals were taking 4 weeks of their own time going to classes, separating themselves from the next person who out there just kind of bumping around.
Yeah.
I mean, really, truly.
Yeah, that's great.
And I applaud them. I said, you know, look, you might not be a fit for me, but, you know, and as a company, we interviewed them and said, look, I'm gonna take, and again, it goes back to this collaboration, you know, Land Tech, another company that's very successful here, they could use your skills. It didn't fit in Dan Clayton world, but they can use your skills here. That's the kind of things we've got to be doing is, one, connecting the dots.
Good,
Two,
that's helpful.
making the awareness.
Sorry.
And making a
Did you
difference.
want to have a follow-up?
Not understand, but it's more about like a lot of the, like class loans.
Yeah.
That, you know, exist in people's lives that can really.
I think it's an important note for us. A lot of our focus has been on ensuring that the manufacturers make it clear that there's a job at the end of this. There's actually, that's already starting, and that will be very much the model for this. And I think what you're doing is giving us sensitivity that that's another issue in the mix. Thank you. Somebody else, please?
I have there's a question for the gentleman in the blue sweater. I have a relative who is in his 30s, early 30s, and has gone through Jefferson Community College, got a degree, and is studied welding, and he's been a welder at Jeff Boat for quite a few years. He's really a good welder, and he is real smart in technology. At least he plays video games really well, I know that. But, so if he came to your company, what kind of job could he get? Or I guess more generally, what's his next step in terms of career path? If he didn't want to be a welder all the time, would he need to study CNC cutting methods, or what would you suggest?
Right.
That's an excellent question, because as I shared with you, as a manufacturer of outdoor seating, you know, we have these big I-beams, and you can butter up a weld, and, you know, you put some paint on it, and it's outside, and it's good. That's a different type of weld versus what I just shared with you in acquiring this manufacturing company out of Indianapolis, where it's an architectural type of glass handrail. It has to be polished, has to be very aesthetic. So a welder has different levels of skills and great opportunities, especially with our company right now, to take and position himself or herself to take and have a career there. The other aspect of it, what we try to do in our business model is that we have different cells that we work in manufacturing the product, and we try to move people in and out of the cells so they don't take and just get burdened with doing one thing day in and day out. So cross training and getting on some plasma type cutting machines or WeatherJet is very, I wouldn't say critical, it's very important for someone else to gain those skill sets.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, would he have to go back to school to be employable by your company, or does your company do in-house training?
That is another good question. We do some internal in-house training, but as we have taken the schooling that we'll have available to JCTC, we'll probably do a lot better job because it gives them the more hands-on as they take and go through the class and the training for those 2 years program. So we're not, as a company, internally set up to do the training hands-on as much as we like to be, because we're trying to stand in front of what's in front of us in the manufacturing. Okay?
Well, and one thing I would say that he has definitely in his favor is he possesses a core skill that's in high demand. So the ability to go out and supplement that with a little bit of additional education, he wouldn't even need to earn an entire advanced manufacturing degree. He just needs a few courses. And those courses, if he doesn't want to come here because he lives across the river, our colleague institution, Ivy Tech, is offering those same sorts of things. So it really is, at very low cost, an opportunity for him to expand his opportunities if he wants to do that.
Great. Cindy?
And if I could just add, if he's tired of welding, and I concur, he could get a welding job anytime, send him to us. I mean, all the employers a lot of manufacturing employers are looking for welders, and it's a higher wage. But the other point is that that's a core skill for industrial maintenance. That, and then, add some electrical, I mean, there's a whole curriculum. That's what they're going to be doing at this facility we've been talking about. So, and there's a current program too, that even before we get this, that they could, right? I mean, there's one in Shelby County, and there's...
Oh, yeah, the IMT program, we have the programs in place for them. And it is about multi-crafting, it is about having multiple skill sets. But to have welding as a core, you're gonna be a high demand individual.
Great. Let's move to another question here.
I'm not sure if you talked about the Ready to Work program, but that's a viable piece that would address those issues, whereas students are able to go to school, take college credit or whatever, go to classes, and work at the same time. And I'm just wondering about expanding that.
Well, and I'm new enough to Florida, I can't, I'm old enough to Florida, new enough, I can't speak specifically to that program. I do know the other thing we have to do is work a lot harder on our internship relationships. I can tell from looking at our curriculum, we're not giving enough, and that again needs to reach back into the high schools. We need to have these students getting that experience in the high schools. If they saw what was happening in these locations, they would be eager to try to get jobs in these locations. So that's something we've got to facilitate with the employers so that they're getting these, and preferably paid internship opportunities. And the summer works program that the mayor talks about, you know, every time I hear him talk about it, I think, now we ought to have a manufacturing component to that that's giving people some experience.
We do. Yeah, that GE's hiring about 100, Ford is hiring a lot, so that's just summerworks.org. Sign up.
Let me ask first, do you have a follow-up on that?
Only to say that my program really benefited from the Ready to Work program. We were able to get someone who had the experience in early childhood, and we didn't have to pay. And then afterwards, when she finished school, we did hire her on.
That's great. Real opportunities. Yes, please.
I would like to connect with the person that's talking about what's going on with the schools. Have you considered, as you put this piece together, that we take a look at the high schools as of possibly partnering so that students in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade can have those experiences or have some kind of experiences leading to your needs, for one thing. And then the second thing that I would say is, you talked about the teachers and their lack of knowledge and experience with what manufacturing is today. And as an educator, I totally agree. So if that's the case, what are you considering doing to support getting that knowledge base to teachers so that if we can get to the teachers, then we can get to the students, so that that will enhance being able to recruit more for your programs?
Okay, I'll take that. Within the K-12 system, that I think a lot of you are familiar, they have the career-themed high schools. And they also have an initiative called Forward Next Generation Learning. And they're at a point right now, we actually had the superintendent at our workforce board meeting yesterday. They are getting ready to revise that plan, and there are a lot of conversations right now about exactly what you're talking about, better connecting with employers. You know, having better pathways, more defined pathways, more accessibility in, you know, making sure all over town there's accessibility to these programs. But I think you're not the only one that is concerned about that, and I think the school district is very determined to address it.
And there is locally an effort from employers to step up their willingness to engage teachers and counselors and others in what's going on in these facilities, to be able to link it to their curriculum. Because when I made the comment about teachers, I guess I'm also thinking just as much about the counseling scenario, where my perception, I'm not sure it's changed a lot since I was in high school many years ago, where the counselors didn't have much time to spend much time counseling. They were basically administrators doing lots of other projects, and when they did, the sexy thing was to help that kid get into Harvard or what have you, and so you probably saw a disproportionate amount of time spent on the top 10, 20% of the graduating class, who were definitely going on to college and who were probably going to succeed no matter what harm the college did to them. They were going to hang in there and be okay. It's that middle 50% population of students who graduate in the 25th to 75th percentile, who are college capable, but who don't have that sense of direction and who don't understand the careers that are out there and what choices they have. And so we got to work with that group too, I think.
I think we have been working with that as a district and as a community, the other piece of that, because we are looking now not only at students being college ready, but it's college and career ready. So we are trying to address those pieces, but as we work together to figure this out, to make sure that we include the populations that needed to be included, because we can do whatever we want to up here, but if we are not addressing the folks that actually impact and affect the students, then we're not going to move it.
One thing that has changed in the landscape, and this goes to the point of the opportunity, is that companies have realized that they have to reach into high schools and they can't do it on their own. Even the big ones can't do it on their own, which is creating an incentive for them to work through these systems and as a way, and if we do this right, we can have them competing to, to be in your school, exciting your students. I mean, wouldn't that be great?
Absolutely.
Did you feel like you got your follow-up?
I'm fine.
Thank you. I'm going to go all the way to the back. I'm sorry.
The explosion of dual enrollment opportunities for high school students too is offering a lot of opportunity for greater connection between the colleges and the high schools. And so we're taking more and more, especially of our technical courses and programs, into the high schools. And the high schools are receiving those with open arms. They seem very pleased to have those. So that connection is starting to happen more.
If I can give one other quick example of how it's happening. Last year we had a meeting with, this is the Kentuckiana Works, with the liaisons with the different career themes. And we were talking about our Summer Works program, and they were a little bit brutal with us in a nice way, friendly, critical friend, but they said, look, because we were saying, well, we want more of your career-oriented students that are in these programs, and they said, well, they're just going to cut grass. All they're going to do is cut grass. There's no connection. And we've got all these kids with CNAs. We've got kids in these different programs. And we realized we hadn't done a good job of connecting the pathway for Summer Works. We just like, here are the jobs, here are the employers, come on, get it. And, we thought we were proud of the program. This year, we're really, and I think it's going to even be better next year, but for instance, with the manufacturing, there's actually going to be a meeting Saturday where students are agreeing when they are going to be taking the first module of this Certified Production Technician class we've been talking about. We're going to pay for that. They're going to take that for a week, get that credential. GE's requiring it. They start their job at GE. GE is going to pay for them to have the second module, which is quality. So they'll end their summer job with 2 of the modules. And then now we've been working with the schools. One of the schools has gotten the program into the school. So you could actually graduate with that certificate. And so we want to make sure if there's a career interest, we want to support that and provide an opportunity even within summer jobs.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask a question, but really builds on a comment that Dr. Greer raised, and I want to emphasize because I think it's so important what she's talking about. And it really gets to the issue of connecting the dots and raising awareness. And the question is around early recruitment strategies, not just within the education system, but also within the community. And so we're looking to recruit and engage individuals in post-secondary opportunities or employment opportunities, and we get to a place like we are where there's a deficit. We don't have the numbers coming in. You consider the idea that the birth to career pipeline is a long-term proposition and it's recurring. So the question is, how innovative should we be getting and be thinking in terms of early recruitment of potentials, candidates for either placement in post-secondary or in various industries? Because I'm wondering, why doesn't post-secondary and business industry adopt the same philosophy of competitive athletics, where we start recruiting talent at 5 and 6 years of age, and seeing who the performers are. So if you get into recruiting talent very young and supporting those young people as they matriculate through, and then giving them a pathway, I think we might get some better outcomes. So, I think it could happen within the school system, but also within the community. So the question is, how innovative could we begin to think as leaders in post-secondary recruitment as well as business, and really start
recruiting kids at 4, 5, 6 years of age and tracking them and supporting them up until they mature and are ready for the opportunities that you're promoting.
Does anyone want to jump in?
Can I comment about that? The Kentucky Department of Education actually had in place, and I don't know where it is now, but their kids in 5th grade, you develop an individual plan to let them know what their pathway would be, whether it's college, career, job, or whatever. Now, I think it's still in place, it's just not being implemented, so maybe that might be something that, that would be helpful.
They do have the career cruising, that, yeah.
So what I think, and I'll speak more nationally, I guess, than about Kentucky specific, but everywhere, I've been president of 2 other technical colleges, purely technical colleges, not community colleges, purely 4-year colleges. And there's a cultural, in the United States, there's a cultural bias against mainstreaming students towards a certain career field. Okay, because you start to approach the European models in Germany and the Netherlands, where students early on are sort of tracked into certain niches, and I think there's a real reluctance in the United States to embrace a model where somebody is still at a formative age is being said, we think you'll be best in X as opposed to Y. And so that tracking model meets a lot of resistance.
Okay, so let's do this. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and I appreciate this comment. I think tracking people towards something that's predetermined for them is different from giving people exposures at a very young age and allowing them to be supported in a path that they choose. So,
and the athletic model is very different. It's not a class in 5th grade. It's like they're standing on the sideline mentoring you and doing a lot. I think that's very intriguing thought. But I did, you want to say 2 minutes?
No, I'm just saying, you stretching the athletic model just a little bit differently. When I was a young kid, or what have you, the emphasis was on trying it all. And you might be a 4-letter sport person in high school. Today, what do they tell you? You better specialize early. Okay, if you're going to compete in basketball, that's what you need to do. My son was a soccer player, and they told him not to do anything else, or what have you. And so this focus is a natural and logical consequence of trying to prep people very early for what they're going to hopefully be doing later. And I don't think educationally we've gotten to the point where we're comfortable talking about that.
I think it's a different issue in underserved communities, so we can talk more about that.
Sure.
I would definitely like to follow up on that, and I think it's an insight, and the companies are looking for insights. This is going to be our last question. The gentleman in the back.
I would like to know this. One, our organization, and we are national and international, we are focused on true economic development. And 2 areas to look at: the labor force, and secondly, the contracting sources for business. Now, speaking of that, we have a industrial vision which have been set up that have a network of minority companies in construction services in the 33 different categories of construction services. We are participating in setting up an incubator that which will house at least 40 of these companies. And the companies that we're selecting will be under a apprenticeship business management process for 5 years. Our goal is to have them go through a 3-year management training of running a business. Though that the owner of business, we found out that a lot of these small and minority companies created their own business and self-taught, and their management skills is where they're falling at. Okay, in administration.
Yeah.
And so we're going to bring them that tool to improve their businesses so they can compete with the big boys.
Got it.
Okay. The second part of that, in doing so, those companies wish to have them under a 3-year apprenticeship management program. Okay, and then when they graduate out, and the ones that may fall short can extend their training for an extra 2 years. The ones who graduate out, we will rotate another 40 companies in. But when we rotate them out, we will now strip them of their self-identity name and bring them under one umbrella as a construction corporation to be able to compete with the major corporations. That's one skill. The second one, we have organized the labor unions within the state of Kentucky, and we discovered that the labor unions have 12 training centers in the metropolitan area of Louisville. These training centers teach us skills in construction service. For a minority person, though we know we got the right to work scenario, no person can't come off the street and walk on a site, get a job, unless they have some credentials of that proof. And that's the hang. Now,
I want to just, not in any disrespect, but we've got about 1 minute left.
Okay.
Could you just wrap us up?
Well, what I'm saying, we got a full round of program. We're coming into Louisville and invest millions of dollars. We anticipate replacing that millions of dollars for economic development down the Muhammad Ali corridor in a partnership with LLC. We're talking about building a hotel, convention center, boarding facilities, the things that will entice people to be pulled into the West Side.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Okay, now, when we want that property to be built by African-American businesses that represent the Muhammad Ali group. Now, the point that I'm trying to say, politically, education, we need the support of the community as overall. Not only just the black community, I'm looking for the support of the state, city, county government. I'm saying it's time for you guys to recognize that we have the means of building and that we want the support from the educational level. We have over 98 of our HBCUs that we have relationships with. We have 0 with here in Kentucky, Louisville University, the school service college here, Southern. I like to put together a think tank along with the lead group of that think tank, Kentucky State.
Thank you.
Yes, and I want to say we need to put together that think tank to work with us in this development plan.
Thank you very much.
Can I
I
have
mean,
that?
I'm sure everyone here, that's an exciting thought. It's a very exciting thought. And I think we'd be excited to follow up. I hope there was no disrespect at all, but we are out of time. And I want to thank everyone for being here and sharing with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. We are now going to transition into our breakout sessions, and we have 4 breakout sessions coming up. And we have a finance session that is going to be here in this room, Auditorium A. We have a finance session that is here in Auditorium A. Our next session. Excuse me. We have 4 breakout sessions. The first session is here, which is covering finance and opportunities. That is going to be here in Auditorium A. The next room over is Auditorium B. That will be our education, early childhood and K-12 session. That will be right next to us in Auditorium B. In room 157, we have a safe and healthy neighborhood session. That is in room 157. If you make a right, you will run into 157. Then we have a education and higher education breakout session in room 164. So what we will do, please transition to those rooms as you prefer. At 3:30, we will reconvene, give our findings, and we will wrap up, and thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here. K-12 is in Auditorium B, right next to this room. So when you go out the door, make a left. Okay. You'll run into it. Finance is right here in this house. I ask that the facilitator and the speakers for the finance session.
So we've done 69 loans, 67 businesses are still in business. This is just over the last couple of years. And about half of those have added employees. So we're reaching people right at the beginning, finding that with the technical assistance that they get elsewhere, that they're able to really capitalize on it.
We don't know that. I don't know for sure what it would be. Okay.
We just did a 5-year celebration, and we lent out over $1 million in loans with an 87% success rate, survival. Now, what we're doing now, because we moved over to the revolving loan, we are still working on loan portfolio to really see what that looks like. It's already building. It's definitely a value added. We just implemented that a few months ago.
We just started making loans in January, so.
Okay, so you're still.
So we're at 100% right now, but that's too low, so.
Way to go, I think you have a question. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I actually had two questions, and I may have missed this, pardon me for coming in late, but my first question would be, are any of these funds directed to and focused on development in West Louisville? So I don't know if you guys covered that prior to me coming in, and if you did, forgive me for asking the question redundantly. But are those monies, or are there monies within your programs earmarked for commercial development within the west end of Louisville?
Our footprint is west, southwest, and Newburgh. So yes, our focus is 100% on that.
Okay. And then
West Coast, no. We're anywhere in Jefferson County, it's part of the local metro government, so we don't have certain areas. Our money is good anywhere in Jefferson County that a business would be located, but we don't target. I mean, we may have areas that we want to do loans, or we may consider that in our approvals, but just to say this money is only designed for, actually, I would say we did have a program at one time that was like that, and it gets a little tricky because we had a program that was $500,000 we got from the state, and it was earmarked for 4 census tracts in a small area of West Louisville. It took us 10 years to spend that $500,000 because it was so hard to find a project in a very particular, that fit the, you kind of kept narrowing down the available projects. But now we've spent all that money, and now we can use it anywhere in Jefferson County. But besides that fund, we don't really have, there might be some block grant funds. You probably
Yeah, in our CDBG, now we did a special Shawnee NRSA area a couple of years ago where we invested $100,000 in Shawnee NRS area. Yeah, so we spent down in that area.
It's NRS.
Neighborhood revitalization.
Yeah, neighborhood revitalization strategy area.
I think it's a
All
mouthful.
those acronyms. But, and we still, within our CDBG money that we receive, we can pull that into our strategic planning at any time, and we can identify a target area. So it's not like a one-time hit. We can still do that.
And then my second question, and it's kind of a twofold question. The first part would be, one, from beginning to end, what would you say the maturation cycle goes from an application to an approved and lended on project? So from the time, let's say that I identified a program, and let's say that I wanted to access funds from either one of your organizations, and I filled out my application and I supplied that to you. From the time that I supplied that to you to the time that you reviewed that application, signed off on the application, and made the funds available for whatever it was that I was applying for, what would you say that maturation cycle is?
I can speak on behalf, like for Metco, a lot of that's gonna be determined on you and what you've done ahead of time. Because some people will come to us wanting to start a business and they don't have a business plan, they really haven't thought a lot about a lot of the details that go into it. If that's the case, it may take several months before we can get you ready to actually even have an application presented to our board. If you've got your business plan and everything's all together and everything's right, usually if I would get an application like the first of the month, we have our meetings typically the fourth Thursday of every month. If I got it early in the month, we could present it the fourth Thursday of that month, and usually on average close in about 4 weeks. So potentially 7, 8 weeks, but it also could be many, many months if you're really not ready to actually apply and have all that done. But if you've got your business plan together, you come to us, get your financials and all the information that we need, it can be relatively fast.
Any others on those same questions?
Yeah, I would echo very similar. I mean, it depends on where you are in the process. So if you have a complete application, then we can act pretty quickly. If you are, if it's at the beginning stages, the spark of an idea, then it can take a lot longer.
Not the same, I've closed a loan as quick as 2 to 3 weeks, because they just had everything in order, and then I've had one that went 2 or 3 months. So it does depend on the client and what they're bringing to the table.
With Kiva, once your loan goes live, we've got 60 days to fund it, and hopefully we'll fund it faster. In response to your first question, I know we met at St. Stephen. And so the seed program there at St. Stephen will match, they'll put in 25% of West Louisville.
And part of like our time that it takes, so I'll be able to do it a little bit faster. I would say on our loans, probably 75, 80% of the time, the collateral is somebody's home or a commercial property. So part of the time is the title search. That takes about a week. So that's part of it. Not even something that we just kind of waiting to get the title work back, make sure the title's good. If the title's good, that definitely speeds up. If there's issues that have to be addressed, that can take a little bit more time. Sometimes it kind of depends on the collateral as far
And our loans are unsecured, so that's
they're a little bit
different.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take collateral.
That was kind of my next follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Which makes a difference.
It's much faster when it's unsecured.
Yeah, I was gonna say, from your point of view, from a best practices point of view, right, because you guys understand what is necessary to approve a loan and look at a loan. If you were being, and again, I identified a program that I wanted to apply and procure money from your organization, what would you say my best practice would be in terms of making sure that I was in the best position to have you turn my application and give me an answer in that 7 to 8 weeks based on being prepared on the front end? So walking in, what would you say would be the best presentation or package for me to have for you in order to make that decision and make that 7 to 8 week turnaround?
I think you need a strong business plan, your financials, your projections, just the basic things that you would think of so that we could look at. Louisville Metro doesn't look at your credit. We do look at your credit, so having an understanding of where your credit's... we have minimum credit scores, I guess I should say. So we have kind of a threshold there. So knowing where you are credit-wise, whether or not you're going to reach that hurdle, I think those are all things that would move you through very quickly.
I would agree on that, the business plan. One thing that would be a little bit different for us on our commercial renovation program, it's not really a business plan so much, it's more of like on the facade program. One of the things that's going to take you a lot of the time, as opposed to the business plan up front, cost estimates for the work you're going to have done. That's what we base our loan amount on, is the cost estimate. So we don't care if you go out and get 10 cost estimates, 15 cost estimates. All we need are the cost estimate that you actually plan on using. So you get like a masonry person to do the tuck point. That might be an estimate. You might have an electrician doing some work for some outside lighting. You might have a window company, all those. But we'll take all those estimates, figure out what fits in the facade program. But that can definitely take you some time. So if you want to apply for a facade program to renovate your property, having all the estimates of the work ahead of time, it's definitely safe.
And do you have a preferred list, or is that's just...
We would never like say we take this vendor over another. We're just like, you go figure out who it is. And like I said, that's, we don't care how many you get, that's really kind of up to you as to how much you want to spend on it. But we just make sure that the estimate is for work that fits under the facade program, and then we just need the one that you actually want to use. So how many you get's up to you, but it does take some time to gather all those estimates up. So that would be to speed the process of having all those estimates, and maybe like a projected rent roll over your property, because we're going to look at what you actually have leased, what the potential lease income would be off that property, so we can make sure that it cash flows. And if it doesn't cash flow, or if you're only going to lease a certain percent to make it cash flow, we're going to look at your personal financial statement to see how long can you carry the debt on this on your own, what access do you have to capital to pay it, what availability to credit do you have. So we're going to look at that as a kind of a whole. But cost estimates can take a while to get contractors out and to get them to give you an estimate. It can take some time. So just know that that time does have to be built in, because that's what we're going to base our loan amount on. If you come back with $43,241 in work you want to have done on that property, that's what the loan amount would be, is it $43,000. We're not just going to round it off to 50. We're going to do it exactly what it's going to cost you. So.
Yes. Great information. We have about 1.5 minutes to wrap up. Entertain one last question. Otherwise, engage with them after the session. Go to their sites, get their data, get their information, understand what it is that you may need to have if you're going to pursue certain type of financing. They should have a printout so you'll know what you need. One last question. Going once, going twice. Thank you. Panelists. Thank you guys. Very remorseful. You educated me to some things that I had no clue. Here's a man that he's on a mission. I can see it on his face. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'll bring back your host.
If we have the money and then we don't, typically unless it's a big center, or unless you don't have major renovations. So then we go to the which is really I got one extra.
I got
What's being fed over here is going on with the auditorium.
You're just trying to get rid of it. To be left. I know that I take one for myself.
So Scott, you don't have any brochures at all?
Hey, I didn't get to thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Good job as usual.
Let me go out and get him one more brochures. I'll be back. Yeah, and I was thinking, I mean, we would do it as long as half of it was commercial, then it could cost like what's his zone? No, what's his zone? What's his, is it R, is it residential? We would need to find out the zone. Potential. If you look up on, you can just find out, that would be an important thing. Which can be. Before you get moving along, definitely check out. Before you know. Because it can cost you some money. And it definitely isn't guaranteed to change. So
Okay.
it costs more before you go too far.
I will. You take care.
It's kind of hard to tell because some places can be very mixed. Is what they are. But if you go like on the chips, kind of people,
I have a wrap-up
and
session.
you
It's
go on
gonna
there,
be
it
here,
should be
guys.
on there. The zoning should be on there.
Wrap-up session. Wrap-up's gonna be here.
What's gonna be here?
Wrap-up, breakout wrap-up session, I guess.
Oh, you're gonna wrap it up?
I'm not part of that, so, you know.
Okay, thank you for
I have
telling me.
no idea.
Because I thought it was finished. You all did a great job. I saw you several times. I'm Angela.
Angela
Jackson.
No, I saw that this morning when you came in. I think I,
Yeah, because you were out there. Where are you located?
I'm located.
Yeah, I know that we do assistance redevelopment, so if you're I know that Juanita Rosa is on the developer side, or people apply for grants to development and that kind of thing. So she would at least be able to train you properly before that You're Mine went out the other day, and I never had problems with it, and like, it's you know that, yes, something.
He's such an interesting guy. I just think that's interesting to learn Mandarin.
I wish I could. I get a million dollars. Can I get $1 million? Look at my eyes.
He can.
Which one? Sure. That one or that one?
Okay, thank you. Well, no, he can get you 200,000.
You can feel it out.
This bank. Hang loose.
Okay, thank you.
So the wrap-up is here. Nice to meet you. Thank you. I probably inside, but I
Oh, yes. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is particularly.
And for my business, for me, personally, I have, in Alabama, I had a store. And then I also moved the store to my house, my basement was business.
And nobody's talking.
And when I had stopped,
Two different
it went down.
community.
But I haven't had to shop for a while.
And nobody's
I'm
talking
in
about
capital
it.
advisors. So,
Oh, inventory.
inventory.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got you.
Every time he was already on something.
That way. But I mean, you know, 10,000.
I don't know.
I really.
put a nice little piece of inventory. But it would take, how many
Quit.
to pay that back? How long?
It was very, very, and so, what we're gonna look like a year from now. I told Galen today, I haven't looked for a job in 10 years, so I need to update my resume and my LinkedIn.
When you have money.
See, this is how backwards I am, because I'm thinking that I need to update my resume, but I really need to update my LinkedIn.
When you have the money in your hand, you can go to a job, go to a wholesale place. It's easier. You can get more from, you know. And I've been just doing onesies, you know. I've had customers, but they're just like one piece here, one piece there.
Just in case, just to see what's out there in place.
I always tell my
Okay,
students, and I used to do that, and I haven't anymore, just because I know, I always think someone go out there and put your resume out there so you know what the market value is.
Are you selling your tapes?
It's actually on YouTube. I think there should be a link.
Okay.
I don't know who is in charge of giving people the link though. So you might want to talk to Alan or Sandra Posey out front.
It's weird at the start of the week how things can be so different.
My understanding is the guys up there in pushing stuff down.
Well, and I kind of have a feeling a lot of this is driven by Greg Commonwealth and his personal ambitions, because he's made it clear to everybody in the world he wants to be a billionaire. And I just don't think, for whatever reason, the market just is not moving our share price up. And we are $15 to $18, it's just not. And so I think he's positioning us for an acquisition. That's just what it feels. I've been through that before. I mean, you know, and it just feels kind of like we're streamlining, we're trying to make ourselves look like everybody else, and so whoever comes in.
I would doubt that, to me, it's kind of unfortunate because that means they're taking
Well, really, you know, I mean, I think the only place that would be able to make it through the money to do it well. I work for Wells.
Wells is a big part of GE.
Yeah.
I'm sure their taxes are high, but they get voted.
The difference between the top 5 and 6 through 10.
Let me ask you, I had asked you, she was telling me all of a sudden, a couple months ago. Leadership more younger guys who are not in touch with the importance of that.
She got broken in trouble, she know how to go. That's the only way she
manage from this.
I think there's two trends in banking that, and I see this in a lot of sectors. I think people are chasing the millennials more, and so we're trying to structure our business. So a lot of our branches, particularly, they keep referencing this. There's a traditional branch with human beings, and a block away there's a virtual branch where everything's done on touchscreen. And they said the traffic count of the virtual branch is just completely consumes the personal branch. I got students. And so, you know, I'm just, I think that no doubt that generation is huge and it's going to be big.
Hey, is Liza around?
I think you still have to take into consideration baby boomers and traditionalists who want to have face-to-face interaction.
Yeah, just give me some more records. You know, I told you with the heavy.
You know, when I hear people talking about tapping on this, no, we need to be doing the plain giving campaign, because that's where the opportunity is. In 10 years from now, figure out how to get millennials when their student loans are paid off, and they might actually do something from a philanthropic perspective.
That's a good point. And then when I look at Brad, he's the same way. He doesn't, in fact, he doesn't seem to go the opposite way from the face-to-face.
When's the last
So, it's a interesting tension for us because we are a customer-facing business. We're a customer-facing business, but, customers don't know.
Is it the last book or no?
And it's, and they are.
What's the name of it?
Looking at ways like centralized business banking, so that somebody that has a need to support 3 to 4
Almost finished
versus having somebody who's on the ground cultivating the relationship. So
You don't have, so is the fourth book called The Blazing Star, or is it?
Those type of books would be quick to enter other members.
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know what.
Well, what's the name of the one you just
I've
read?
been doing it for 20 years, and it's a lot different than it is 20 years ago. So we were still using IBM selectors when I started. So it didn't have email. So it is what it is. But yes, Gail told me to go on LinkedIn. I'm going to go up there on LinkedIn. She'll probably tell me to.
Adam, do you know Dr. Rita Graham?
Hi, Adam Hall.
Adam Hall,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Also, huge community
Thank you, Adam.
Rita also volunteered. She used to be the doctoral program at Spalding.
Oh, wow.
That was her second career. Since she retired from that, I know she picked up some more.
Well, my first one was as director of HR for JCPS.
Oh, that's a job.
Okay, so.
And you lived through?
And I lived through that. So my third one, as of 2 weeks ago, is at JCPS, working through their 3R with HR.
Yes, that's congratulations.
Well, it's just trying to help them to vision where they're going and how they can get there effectively so that next school year they can be up.
Series
front.
number 4.
Yeah, just another set of eyes, because you got such,
Did you see it when you went to Barnes and Noble the other day?
a large number of new, young administrators.
When did it come out?
And so, and they don't know where they've been. So if you don't know where you've been, you really can't vision where you're going. So they don't know where they've been. So I'm there. Okay, did you think about? We did.
I'm glad it's all about it. They always think they know, but they don't really tap into that history of what we've already gone.
Oh, it came out in 2000.
Is very important.
And without it, lives get big. And I said, you guys, you took this away. You didn't. Anybody ever questioned why this process was put in there? Well, no, but it took so much time. And I said, well, let me say this. There is nothing in this department, there's no process here that wasn't put here because of a lawsuit.
You're so good, I'm listening. Maybe you don't want to use that?
So it's here for a reason. We had a lawsuit about it, somebody got hurt, something happened to make us do it this way. We just didn't jump up to do it this way. Something happened, there's a reason for it. So before you take something else out, try to figure out, find out what's the reason behind it. Because if not, you're gonna be doing the same thing you do.
Only after you lose another lawsuit.
That's what I was thinking. And it's gonna cost you twice as much as it cost me.
And I used to do mortgage loans a long time ago, and I used to, you have all the paperwork, and I used to say, now every one of these pieces of paper is a result of a lawsuit, so sign here.
Got it. Absolutely right.
Yes. And now I'm in risk management, so I'm even more of that. Keeping the regulators and the lawyers off your back, so.
Well, we had a young man that's new, and he came down today from another department and said, well, this is the way I'm gonna do it. And when he said that, I said, and the person that he was talking to turned around and said, Dr. Green, you have something to say? I said, no, I'm just a bystander. Then she turned back around and she said to him, she has something to say, and you probably want to hear what she has to say.
Well, I hope he heard it.
He
was very receptive, and I said to him, it's called due process, and what you're doing is not due process. So it's called, I know what you want to do, but you can't do it. It's a policy, and it's legal. It's called due process.
But you don't know what you don't know.
We don't need to put him over there with that sign. That's just wasting money. Oh, Lord. You don't even know what wasting money is at this point, but I tell you, you'll find it. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Just came down to say hi.
Oh, well, appreciate it.
Take care. Are we done?
All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. You too, man. Enjoy the Easter holiday. Oh, yeah. I think I will. All right, you do the same. Say hello to Daniel for me. All right. Oh, what'd you say, Rita? I'm sorry.
I said, if we're done, I can go home.
Well, that's going to be a wrap.
Where's your case? Where's your case? Can you have a, put it in the closet. Brunhilde sent you 2 cups full of just don't eat them in here.
Best, thank you.
Everybody know that you got food in here.
Nobody knows. They think I have water that's in a coffee cup. Of course.
Good afternoon, this is Louisville Metro.
And you're playing
This message is for Teresa. Teresa, will you give me a call on Monday when you get into the office, please? 574-1346. I've sent a referral of the late Angela Jackson Brown to you to discuss the development of about 10 acres of land she has over in southern Indiana. Wasn't sure if you got a full message. Just wanted to speak briefly about that. Thanks so much. I look forward to your call. I found you in the team.
But yep, so a lot of the stuff that I do, I mean, all the different, backpacks, school giveaways, I'm my mother's child.
Of course, she really has to do it.
That's outside. How does it, fruit don't fall
Fall
off?
from the tree.
Tree.
And that's true.
It's true, brother, it's true.
Whether it's good or bad.
Right, because I even know that it's true. Even my siblings, my sisters,
Really?
until, a couple years ago, I didn't know they
Her social security eligibility.
It's just,
Good, how are you? Oh, this is just my stuff, I gotta spread out everywhere. Everybody else is already gone.
I know. The break-in.
Yeah, the overview of everything.
I think everybody's
This
watching it.
is supposed to be it. But I don't know, I think everybody Oh, good.
And I think they're really good at it. She wants people in the same office account. One of the things I was looking at also because there is I have talked to general. One of the things I was looking at is how to medium-sized today. Does recognize that one of the things that a homeowner resident should create
And they don't understand that. It changes their kids on the side. This is how this is go down, and then they'll see what we are about.
That's hopefully what we're going to try to do. Instead of the boy, if we don't have a new.
And everything.
They watch those flipping shows and they're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be no problem. I can do this for 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've all donated the material, it's like the works that they can be on that show.
That's something that we started to work on put together. Just saying, I'd love to sell this workshop class. This is what I do. One of the first is we started, some of the restoration work, passing homes.
That's a done deal.
That's very
That's a done deal. Gosh, our dollars, I think you,
No, I'm talking about Teresa.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
She was like, what? That, because we can try to kind of get our hands wrapped around the timing and the training and something.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting. I don't know of anywhere, well, I know definitely there's nothing available that you have, if you're a homeowner resident, historic property. I mean, there's just nothing, but also, you know, even I'm thinking the homeowner, you know, the new homeowner has this that they can choose so hard to find. Don't give them.
You gotta have money to do it.
What to do? Yeah, exactly, what are you doing? I'm like, I can't do that, that's my I was like, just give him his number.
So now,
People don't have it, they don't know, they just don't know. And you have to see it. Because that happens, this long training to find
sorely needed.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think it's exciting. The whole thing lasts till 4.
So I'm willing to look at all.
Okay, everyone, we're about to wrap up. Any facilitators or?
Was there something that you can
Okay, I'd like to thank you all for coming out. Again, this has been another, I feel, engaging event. Are there any final comments or observations from the breakout sessions that anyone would like to speak about?
I think overall it's wonderful that you all put this type of forum together.
Okay.
The summit was empowering for me, speaking on many levels.
Okay.
Definitely your panels, the resources that you brought in, the opportunity to learn from them, but also from each and every one that attended the conference. We were able to network as well as possibly potentially form partnerships.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments?
And I would just add, piggyback on Ms. Brown, that maybe in the future you all would consider a more formalized networking portion to the day, or something, you know, leading in like a Thursday evening networking session, or something like that, so everybody in the room has a chance to network, and preferably Thursday. So then when I come in and I'm listening to you or to Howard or somebody on the panel, I've already developed that relationship and have some understanding of what they do.
More insight. That's good. I like that.
I think that's excellent, Scott, and because those that are from Louisville, or if you just recently moved here from Louisville, it's really about those relationships. Louisville is not too big or it's not too small, but it's really driven on those relationships and people that you know. So I think that's an excellent idea. And even with that, we will be sending out a survey just to get you all's feedback and how we can improve. Some of the things that we do plan on doing in the upcoming months, we want to have another education summit as well as a criminal justice summit. Now, our focus is primarily policy, Our focus is policy because that's what drives society. From that, we have a group of people in academia and different industries that are working to, and our goal is to start putting out documentation as it relates to policies within a specific area, such as in education, such as in economic development. So that is one of our goals, to convey the information. And from the information that we give, our co-conveners as well as community organizations, they're more informed, as well as they can share that information throughout the community. And really from that, I would say the people become more actively involved in the process of what's actually happening, because the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Really, if we, just as a community, if we just sit there, nothing's going to happen. And that's the way you go about getting things done. And personally, I believe in building the relationships. But sometimes you have to get bullish as well. So, any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Being that this is focused on policy, when we come back for the next summit, is it possible for us to talk about policy gains coming from these summits, specifically, I guess to keep us invigorated, because I've been to several of these and I don't know about any specific outcomes as far as policy changes that have resulted from us meeting here.
Yes. Part of that, and I understand what you're saying, because people have shared their candid feedback with me. We have a website that's in construction, and with that we want it to be a hub. It's AfricanAmericanInitiative.org. Still under construction. There's still some information, but it's still not complete. But we'd like for that to be a hub where we have different policies in places. The thing about policies, you're talking about a lot of information and so forth, but at the same token, people know what's out there and you can see. And I think it's written in such a language that is understandable and so forth. But we want to do that, as well as we're not an organization where we do programming. We focus on conveying the information through in terms of what's policy and what's out there. And one thing that just our feedback in recent years, because we've been doing this for about 3 to 4 years or a little bit longer, people have said, well, I didn't know that. I didn't know this was happening and so forth. But, you know, just in my experience, everything that's driven with society that has a dollar value on it or a social value, there are some rule in place. So when we get more engaged in the policy process, that's when we can be able to make, in effect, change like we want. Any other comments? Well, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
You might consider, this has been a long day, and we're the dribbles that are left.
Yes.
So you might consider looking at maybe going until, say, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And instead of, and while you still have a captive audience, and maybe if the mayor is the focus, then he can be the last thing. But to keep the folks so that we have the interaction for those breakout sessions, and we can have more of that conversation. Because as I said, we're the dribbles.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, and I agree with you. I understand, because I think I mentioned to you historically what has happened.
Yeah.
So history it doesn't really tell a lie. It gives us a gauge of how we should move forward. So I hear what you're saying, and we would definitely take everything into consideration. So on behalf of Senator Neal, I would like to thank you all for coming out and just being a part of this event. Senator Neal, he's still involved with, they're still in the legislation right now, so he's been in and out. So I'm very appreciative of his vision, as well as his, I would say, his tenacity to try to create a level of change within the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So if you all have any additional questions, please, my email from what I've sent out is just abenson709@aol.com, or you can email the African American Initiative @gmail.com. So I'd like to thank you all again. You all have a blessed weekend and be safe going home.
are to the destination.
Well, unless you're going back there, because that's
Thanks a lot, Tim.
Oh, yeah,